way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome to King's Resort. This is the German Poker Masters. It's the warm-up, it's the main event, and we are down to just 3 tables. 24 players remain. All of these players vying for that top position of 56,000. And straight away, we see Magic Man, who we featured last night on our stream. But a little short, Magic Man. He'd all the chips at one stage, but down to 1.3 million with the big blind at 100k. Just 13 bigs for Magic Man with the pocket fours. You can see the field size top right, just 24. We're going to see action here for sure. We're going to see Nereus with just 9.5 big blinds, 3-bet all in with the ace king. And I think Magic Man has to stand up strong and tall here. This tens, well, Shazang with the pocket tens, 3.6 million, big stack. Real interesting situation here. Shazang in the small blind pocket tens. I think it's too strong a hand to let go, but he's decided to fold the tens. Erken will just snap fold in the big blind, but Magic Man now has to stand strong. It's really tough. This is the problem with raising with a small pair, early position from a short stack. I mean, what do you do when you get 3-bet? You just have to go with it. You're flipping most of the time. Folding here is just burning money. He's just got to stand up, make the call. I mean, it's pretty much, it's for 695. He's just going to have like 3 bigs behind. Yeah, I mean, this is a good call in my opinion from Magic Man. He's got to, once he opens there with the fours, he's got to go with it. Surprised the small blind, given the stack sizes. I think tens here in the small blind, I feel that could have been a call, but I mean, it's given the action and everything. I understand the thinking of Shazang. He just dumped the tens, and you know the outcome here. Well, there's a wheel draw. It's a good shot straight draw on this flop. 2 ball. Only thing that can help Nereus.
El Mágico! I have the power! Walk it up, walk it up, walk it up! Bam, 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 bam!
Magic Man. Letting off a bit of steam. And you can see Nereus leave the building promptly. 3-bet with the ace king. I think it's pretty standard outcome. I don't think Nereus can be too disappointed. It's pretty much a flip. That's a nice start for the Magic Man. Busting out. Nereus adds about 1.2 million to his stack. He gets 950k of Nereus who busted, and then he gets 2 blinds and the small blind. So yeah, 1.2 million. So it brings him up to 2.5 million. Attila under the gun. Well, this should be binned, and it is. Michael here with the Jack-8 folds, and Lucas, who looks to be the chip leader, playing 50 big blind stack. Lucas from the Czech Republic. He folds, and Theo Beller. In seat 9, 8 bigs folds. Shazang, well, he'll feel good about himself. His 10s versus ace king and 4s. There was an ace on the river, but it was the 4 on the flop that had him dead to a set if he did continue with the 10s. Now, Shazang going to be opening here. Sizing is just, I mean, this is where it's at really. Your raise sizing looks like 220 with the queens. Erken snap folds. But Magic Man will have a think about this. Ace 3, big blind. Versus a button open, he certainly should be defending. Magic Man with his customary white gloves. So there's the additional 120 to see a flop. All very standard so far. Button open, defend. Well, this is where it could get a bit funky. Magic Man flopping, top and bottom. Check, snap check back from Shazang. And Shazang is going to have to call this bet, I think. Given that he checked back flop, you're kind of opening the door for your opponent there in the big blind position to lead out with, a6 would lead out, I think. Any hand containing a 4. So Shazang makes the call as expected. His queens could be in the lead. And I mean, this is really a good card for Shazang because, wow, how does Magic Man not bet for value there? He says to Shazang, don't bother showing you're behind. Another decent pot for Magic Man. What a start. What a start. 3 million now for Magic Man. Started this feature table just minutes ago with 1.3 million. And Shazang Mo down to 3 million. With 24 players in the mix, we're going to be playing down to 2 tables. Lucas, queens again. Lucas, the big stack on the table. You can see Lucas there in seat 7. Black hoodie, glasses. 230 is the raise size. Theo is short, he's 8 bigs but cannot do anything with Jack 7. In the cutoff, Shazang Mo with the King 10, he folds. Erkem with the nut low, 3 deuce offsuit. Now, Magic Man with the Jack 7. The player in the big blind is Attila Horvat, and he will defend with the Queen 10. 130,000. You can see the white chips 100k, green 25k, and the orange chip at the back of that stack, they're valued at 5k, the lowest value. 566. Well, Attila did well to avoid a queen or 10 high flop. Lucas with the goods here. I expect a small value bet. He wants to build this pot up, maybe 200k. Looks to be a bit bigger, maybe 225. I guess it's end of hand, Attila, with no pair, no draw. Check folds on the 656 board, and Lucas takes down a pot, brings the stack up to 5.3 million. Big blind 100k, clock is 45 minutes. And we have a bust out in the field. We're down to 23. We will play to 16, then pause the clock. I just want to say a quick hello to Johan in the chat there, in the Twitch chat. Thank you so much, Johan, for looking after our stream today. He does great work, Johan. And we'll be cheering you on at next week's major event here in the resort. It's the Benelux Classics. Kicks off later this week. 400,000 euro guaranteed. If it's live poker, well, this is the venue of choice. It must be. It's the capital of live poker in Europe. Week in, week out, there is a massive guarantee for small to medium buy-in. Meanwhile, we're watching Theo ship here. Early position with the King 10 suited. And I get it, he doesn't want to be paying big blind ante. And the one benefit of this all-in rip here, it could get hands as strong as King Queen that we see in Magic Man holding here. It could get these hands to lay down. It's a close one. Magic Man just going through the mathematics, asking for the dealer to give an exact count. It's just over 8 bigs. I mean, Magic Man in wonderful shape here, but how often are you behind in this situation? Well, very often is the answer. It's very close, King Queen button. Problem, you see, with Magic Man, he still has the blind still to act. Small blind and big blind. This is a big moment. Theo obviously just looking for a fast fold, but Magic Man just sussing out the situation, and the longer he thinks about this, he's just sussing out the stack of Attila and Michael, and he is going to call. I felt that the longer it went on, the more likely he was to call. There's the chips, they're going in, and he's going to be in brilliant shape, unless of course one of the blinds wakes up with a absolute monster. There's the call. Now, not good news. There was a 10 folded there. It looked like the big blind Michael had a 10 in his holding. Theo is a big underdog here. Magic Man makes the right call. This is a big moment. What a start for Magic Man. It really is incredible. Theo looking for spades. One spade on the board. There's chop pot potential here. 7 would give a chop pot, of course. A 10. There was 2 10s folded pre-flop, would you believe? Now, this opens up the possibility of a straight. Queen would work. Jack would work. 7 for a split. Doesn't happen for Theo. Another player eliminated. Magic Man. Scoops the pot. This is huge, absolutely huge start for the German player Magic Man 558. And that brings the stack up to 4 million. Can you believe it? I mean, literally, 3 or 4 hands ago, he's sitting on 1.3 million. He's eliminated 2 players. He's won a sizable pot versus Shazang. And now Shigan once again looks down at King Jack under the gun, I think. Perhaps this will be folded. Early position. Field size 21. I mean, there's just been a spade of bust outs. Well, 2 of them came from this feature table. 1 in the outer table. 21 remain. Erkan needs to make something happen. Can't. Well, it's not ideal to get his stack size in that button moving around the table. This is Magic Man, 4.1 million, 10-9, folded. And now Attila, 3.1 million, same stack size as Shigzang. Lucas, the big stack on the table, 51 bigs. Ace 4 in the big blind. He should be defending here for sure. Ace can be ahead sometimes, as we can see here. Does have a potential straight. He can flop 2 pair, trips. So Lucas puts in the additional 120. We're going to see a flop. The player under the gun, who opened with the King Jack, has connected top pair. Good flop for Shigzang. Continuation bet, I expect a check fold here from Lucas. No pair, no draw. Lucas considering a check raise. It's not going to work. Eventually he decides not to float with ace high. 3.4 million in the stack of Shigan. Yeah, I'm just reading chat here, and Johan making a really valid point. I mean, it's pretty easy for us to sit back and just criticize some of the plays. I mean, I haven't seen anything awful at all here today. I mean, I really haven't. Everything has been pretty much standard. But I mean, This is a very, well, not very low, but it's 230 buy-in. So it would be classed as a low buy-in. And these big fields, they always produce like a bunch of novice players. It's full of recreational players. And within that, there's always like literally totally inexperienced new players, which is great. That's what the game is all about. I mean, this is what the game needs. It needs fresh new players coming in. I mean, if you just think back, well, for me, if I just think back when I started playing live poker, just how bad I was. It was just incredible how bad I was. And I mean, how I managed to cash in some tournaments, I will just never figure out. It was just bizarre, considering how little I knew. So everyone has to start somewhere. I think it's good. I think these streams are brilliant because, well, they're free to air. It's a production that Kings do in order to promote the beautiful resort here. But I think, I mean, it's great for players to, you know, it's great for recreational players, you know, to get on a live stream. I think it's a good point Johan makes there. Like all these players, they're not like super experienced, so let's give them a break. I think it's only fair. Again, though, I haven't seen anything weird here, not yet. Anyway, Shazang seems to be super solid for me. He's opening here again under the gun with the Ace Jack suited. Made a big fold first hand with the tens. We've Magic Man and the hijack with the sixes and a King Jack for Lucas, and this is interesting. This is really interesting. Shazang has flopped the nut flush draw, and the Magic Man, who's running pure today, he really is. He is on fire. He has flopped another set. I mean, 2 sets in the same orbit. I mightn't see a set for feckin' 6 months. Magic Man just smashing the boards. Shazang with a decision. He's got the benefit of position. Could have checked back, free card to his flush, but he decides to continue. This is going to be a big pot in my opinion. I think Lucas is finished with it. But Magic Man for sure ain't finished. Well, a raise here from Magic Man. This, I mean, Lucas, not sure why he's been so dramatic and shaking his head as if to say, what am I going to do here with bottom set? He's got no pair, he's got no draw, so I'm not really understanding the theatrics. It's a 3-way pot. Come on, Lucas, give it up, my friend. He looks like he's in pain and he doesn't want to fold the king high. Now, this is Shazang. This guy has a real problem. Nut flush draw. This is going to be huge. Massive pot incoming. 2 big stacks. Shazang might go with this. Yeah, he does. And we're going to see a snap call on their backs. Let's go. What a pot. This is incredible. All the money over the line. We're going to see 7-8 million pot here. This is crazy, but not unexpected, to be honest. Nut flush draw versus the flop set. Well, Shazang, given the activity from the seed of Magic Man, I don't blame him there for the 4-bet. He gets a lot of hands to fold, but he's not getting a set to fold. Full house, it is over. This is phenomenal stuff. Magic Man busting out Shazang. For me, one of the more solid players on this table. The dealer is doing a count, but it's very clear to me given what we've seen the last few hands that Shazang has covered.
8 milyon ya.
Magic Man, would you believe this? This is phenomenal stuff. He's sitting on 8 million. He started one orbit ago on 1.3 million. He's busted out 3 players in the space of a half an hour from this feature table.
Wenn er so seitlich sein will. Oder? Vorn und dann kann er immer noch gucken. Ja, natürlich. Was soll ich denn haben? Er hat einen riesen Stack. Ja. Auf dem Flashboard den kompletten Set setzen.
That was huge. Shazang got it all in. Well, I mean, little did he know how bad a shape he was in. We did see a few of the diamonds folded. There was the king of diamonds, I believe, in the hand of, I think it was Lucas had the king of diamonds, yeah. Oh boy, fasten your seatbelts. The Magic Man on a roll here in King's Resort at the German Poker Masters warm-up main event. Down to 19 players, I believe, if my mathematics is correct. We've had 3 bust outs from this feature table already in like less than 30 minutes. That's the man of the moment. He's got all the chips, 19 left. You can see the average stack top right, 2.8 million. Now, cut off, jam, 1.5 million, 15 bigs. Well, this is a little bit spewy. 15 big shove, Queen Jack cut off. It's risky. I'm not really sure about this. Lucas on the button position here with ace 10. It's too big a shove. Lucas can't be calling this. No chance. New arrival, small blind position. Erkan, haven't seen anything from Erkan, and we're going to have to see something soon from the Turkish player Erkan Arka. Change of dealer, what a table, what a start, 3 bust outs. All at the hands of the Magic Man, who you see on the left hand side of your screen with the white gloves. This is all part of his act. The magician from Germany. Full of tricks today. Well, he's running hot, that's for sure. Flopping sets left, right and centre. And getting maximum reward. Attila, under the gun here, 3.1 million. Now, graphics top right showing 18 left. This is just really pacey.
6+.
Now, Lucas is going to open with the ace 9. Lucas playing 4.7 million.
Raise 550.
3-bet from Cineplug. Magic Man in the big blind. Well, he just has to give up the King 10. Too much action. Lucas makes a 230 in the cut-off and then a 3-bet from Cineplug. I think this will work, this 3-bet on the button. Lucas showing an ace, folding his hand. So we had Nereus busted out first. Then we had Theo. And then Shazang in that huge pot. This is Michael. Queen Jack suited. 1.7 million in a stack. He folds. This is Lucas. King 4 off. I guess he just folds this one.
7 pass. 8 pass. 2 raise over.
Desperate times for Erkan. He's got a chip here, I think. But he's going to have a problem. Magic Man, well, he can make these calls. This guy is strong, believe me. Not afraid. To put chips in. 540, 5.5 big blind rip. He looks down at ace 10. He quickly makes the call. I like this. This shows real clarity of thinking from Magic Man. Instead of hemming and hawing and doubting himself, second guessing himself, he just quickly comes to realization this is a call here, ace 10 versus a 5.5 big blind shove on the button. Magic Man showing the clarity of thought that this shove can be from a very wide range. Makes the call in his favour, but there's still a bunch of equity for Erkan with that King 6 suited. Queen 8, 1 heart. Needs a king or a 6. Erkan to stay in this tournament. 17 left. Another bust out in the outer table. We're going to pause the clock if Erkan doesn't hit king or a 6 here. Magic Man, would you believe, has busted out another player? I find that absolutely remarkable. In the space of like 30 minutes or so, he's busted out 4 players on our feature table. We're going to pause the clock. We're going to do a complete redraw. This is way faster than I expected or anyone else on the floor, I'd imagine. We're going to come back in about 10 or 15 minutes with the continuation of this German Poker Masters warm-up main event. Do join us.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the German Poker Masters warm-up event, and what a start we've had to this final day. Brand new table, of course, new lineup. We did a total redraw. Just 18 players, well, in fact, there's 16 players left. Two tables of eight on the outer table, and this table we're going to be concentrating on. We do have the Magic Man back on our screen. Overall tournament chip leader sitting on 8.5 million. Also is Kirosh sitting on 5.9 million. Saki, Hamani, 30 bigs, 3.1. Attila, 2.9. Sini Pulk, 2.3. Matthias Kribben, 2.3 million. Dirk Liesberg, who we featured yesterday, is just under 20 bigs, and the short stack is Super Mario. Super Mario in seat number 9, seat number 8 to the right of the dealer. And that is Dirk Liesberg Here you see in seat 1. Magic Man, seat 5, directly opposite the dealer. That's Magic Man. Into your screen. Now, this is Matthias Cribben under the gun +1 with the King 10. He folds, and now Magic Man with 5-3. Big stack. Tournament leader. Huge stack. 85 big blinds. I understand this is the last hand at 50, 100k, and we're going to move then to the 60, 120. Super Mario, short stack, 8 and a quarter bigs on the button. You would think this is a straightforward shove. Get his 825k over the line. Pick up the 250 that's out there. No sweat, no drama. Dirk Liesberg's also short, pocket 9s. Well, I mean, this is interesting. Shoving the button, small blind looks down at 9s. This is a call in my opinion. Dirk Liesberg, pocket 9s. This button shove from a stack depth of 8 bigs. I mean, this could be anything. Dirk Liesberg looks down at 9s. He's going to be calling. And we're going to see a flip. We're going to be off to the races. Dirk Liesberg in the tank. It is a big decision, but reshove's not good for Super Mario. A queen folded there in the big blind. So you can see the 9s with that 58% equity versus Super Mario with the ace queen. Straight race, let's go. How is your luck? That's the question. 16 players remain. Super Mario all in for his tournament life. Shoving the button with the ace queen, and he hits. Makes. Top pair, hits the ace. Goes into the lead. Big favourite. Makes 2 pair just to rub it in. Dirk Liesberg needs to find a 9. 2 9s left in the deck. It doesn't happen for Dirk Liesberg. And Super Mario doubles through Dirk. Gets his stack to 1.9 million. Dirk with 1.2 million. Big moment in the tournament. And the blind increase is officially announced by the dealer. So we're gone from 50, 100 to 60, 120. Of course, this automatically reduces the volume of blinds in each player's stack, and this is what generates action. Magic Man, no pressure. His blind increase really doesn't affect him. In the hijack position, ace 2, chip leader's folded, and now Kirosh, who's second in chips on this table. He's pretty healthy stack of close to 6 million. Would have expected an open there, but he decided to fold in Super Mario in the cutoff. Feeling rather good after winning that race. Last hand, double through his opponent in the small blind, Dirk Liesberg, and he also picked up the big blind ante from Zaki Hamani. Gonna open here with King 6 Super Mario, of course, super experienced. We've had him on several streams, a regular here at King's Resort. Picking up blinds and antes there, you can see he's not just going to sit back after his double. He's out there working, trying to build a stack, folded around to him in the cutoff. Opens, takes down the pot, and button moves. Under the gun now is the chip leader, who's actually sporting some pink chips, which are the 500,000 in value chips. They're 500,000. You can see them on top of his white 100k chips. Green's 25k, and then the orange is 5k. Biggs 90 in the house. Thanks for joining. Thanks for tuning in. And yes, nice prize pool for a 200 buy-in. 56k for the winner. Cine Pulk in the small blind with pocket sevens.
Race 290,000. 280.
280, 2.5x, and Matthias Cribben will defend, you'd expect, with ace 3 in the big blind. Got to be defending here versus a small blind raise. May opt even 3-bet. These are 100k chips. I get it, this ace is a big card, blocking so many premium hands. Cine Pulk has a decision. I think he goes with sevens, and I think he just 4-bets, puts it in, applies the pressure. Pocket sevens. Cine Pulk opened in the small blind position. Matthias looked down at ace 3, 3-bet, all pretty standard, but I can't see Cine Pulk doing anything other than letting rip here. Blind v blind. This is a huge hand. Too big to lay down. Wow. Okay. He folded the sevens. Big fold from Cine Pulk. I think it was the fold or jam, and he just didn't want to play for stacks. The call, I'm not really liking, given he's out of position. Pair sevens. Pretty difficult to flop. Kirosh, almost 6 million in that stack. Not really going to be doing anything with 6 deuce. Super Mario with the 8 deuce. Dirk down to 1.2 million, which is 10 bigs. Zaki Hamani in the cutoff folds, and it's folded right around to Matthias, 2.5 million. Matthias in the small blind, and he just lets the magic man get a walk.
I saw an ace. I saw an ace. Until the morning.
Dirk Liesberg suited ace. Not interested in continuing. He folds, and it's folded right around once again to Matthias on the button here with Jack 9. And he's going to open 250k. Big blind is 120. So just a pip above the min raise with the Jack 9 on the button. Magic Man in the small blind position with the King 5. Fold, I'm expecting. Could 3-bet with this. This King is a blocker to quite a few premium hands. Attila Horvat in the big blind position with the Jack 6. Not pretty. 130 is the amount he needs to put in. Attila puts in the additional 130 to call. Both these players with similar stack sizes. Going to see a flop. Both. Well, Matthias smashed this. He's flopped it straight and he checks back. Attila Horvat with the open ender. Now, this check back on the flop was designed to induce some action from Attila, and it looks like it's going to work. Attila going for chips here. 275. Attila getting in trouble. He defended pretty light. The Jack 6 off. It's bottom 5% of hands, let's be honest. But he was getting the right price, I guess, to defend. But this is not a good scenario. He's drawing dead to a chop. And Matthias Cribben. Check back flop for deception. Got the action on the turn. Matthias now in position once again. Now what does Attila do? Well, he fires again, I think. Jack Eye's not going to win. And the way Matthias has played this, it looks like he's a hand like ace 10. That Attila will target and try and move him off. 425 is going to, well, I was going to say it's going to get snap called, but we're going to see a raise for sure. Because ace jack, well, it's not really reasonable to put Attila on ace jack. Matthias would have heard from ace jack pre-flop, so Matthias will be value raising here. He's played this beautifully, Matthias. I'm liking a lot what I see. That blind v blind confrontation a couple of hands ago versus Cine Pulk with the 7s. Played it super aggressive and it actually won him the pot. He's 3 off versus the 7s. And he raised the button with the Jack 9 off, flopped the straight, checked it back to give his opponent a chance to catch up, and now here's the raise. It's end of hand. Attila is, he's just thinking to himself, how the hell did I get myself in this situation with Jack 6 off? Well, that check back on the flop, that was the key to this sizable pot that Matthias Cribben is now pulling in towards his stack. 1.1 million profit. That leaves Attila with about 1.8 million. He's lost over $1 million already on this feature table. One of just 2 tables still in play at the German Poker Masters warm-up main event. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. €300,000 in this prize pool. Just the 230 buy-in. Matthias with the ace jack in the cutoff. He makes it 250. Kirosh in the big blind, ace 5. Should be defending here, Kirosh. Versus cutoff open from a very active player you'd expect to defend. Ace 5. Ace can be ahead here quite often. Well, we know it's not. He's not in great shape, but he's turning his hand into a bluff here. And I don't mind this whatsoever, given the player he's against, given the circumstances. We're going to see a 3-bet. Looks like about 600k counted out there. Kirosh about to pull the trigger. Well, he just flicks in the call in the end. Matthias Kribben with the ace jack, Kirosh with the ace 5. I'm sure Matthias will feel he's in the lead. Pre, for sure. Queen, Queen 4. We're going to see a check from Kirosh. I think we're going to see a small continuation bet here from Matthias, designed to just fold out all these marginal hands. It's going to be small, 225, 250. Matthias Kribben does continue, and Kirosh has none of this board. I'm expecting a check fold from Kirosh, but he could get stubborn. A couple of reasons I think he might dig in deep here is, well, I think the main reason is because of the player he's against, Matthias Kribben, who's starting just to become very active. That's what's going through Kirosh's mind. He was considering a 3-bet pre. He was cutting out the chips and then decided just to flat. Now he's checked this Queen Queen 4 board. Check raise would certainly work. But perhaps he's thinking his ace high is good and he might just check call, but I'm leaning towards a fold. Well, he has decided to check raise. This is a very interesting situation. Very interesting. Now, Matthias Kribben, loads of things going through his mind. Kirosh, is he at it? That's the main thing going through his mind. This check raise, it's horrible. It gets shoved back to your face like this, and he decides just to surrender. Kirosh stacking chips, gets his stack up to 6.5 million. Check raising on that Queen Queen 4 flop. Matthias, he didn't want to continue. Be faced with a big bet in the turn. Now Attila with the goods here on the button, pocket tens, versus the Magic Man. I think I'm just shoving here. $14 big blind stack. Already 500,000 out there, plus 550k in total. Attila Horvat. I don't like if call here. One of the reasons I don't like it is because this is going to price in Super Mario big time in the big blind. Tens, you want to get your opponent heads up. And Super Mario is going to call, and now Attila has to avoid a king and an ace. Wow, that's surprising to me, Super Mario. How he didn't call there with an ace. I just don't understand that, given the price he's getting. It's a massive price. So Magic Man with the King 10. Attila has flopped a set. Magic Man, second pair. No player has a heart, so 3 hearts on the board should kill a lot of the action. But we're going to see a continuation for Magic Man, and it's all pretty cool for Attila because he's basically his opponent drawing dead here to runner. I felt he would 3-bet rip all in pre, but he's earned himself a nice $250,000 here with the flat call. Attila Horvat, graphic reading fold, but he's never folding. Never. Absolutely never. This is pretty cool. He just smooth calls with middle set. Leaves himself with a pot set. Well, this is a problem. Heart on the turn. This is now getting problematic. Magic Man, King 10. He checks. Attila checks back. And I think both will be happy to check this. I mean, Attila's hating this board the way it's run out. That's just incredible. Magic Man hit the straight in the end. That is remarkable. I mean, how Magic Man won that hand. I couldn't see a way that he could win it. Attila. Leaves himself short. Just about 10 bigs. There's still about 20 minutes left in this 60, 120 blind level. Under the gun open from Zaki with the King Queen Magic Man. In the hijack with his suited ace, he calls and Kirosh. 6.5 million stack on the button with the King 10 off suit. I'm thinking he should be just folding this. Just trying to recall the ace that Super Mario had. That last hand wasn't the ace of hearts. So we'd see a fold on the button as expected, and Super Mario on the small blind folds, and Dirk, who's desperately short 8 bigs, 7.5 bigs in fact, he folds in the big blind. So we're going to go and see a flop. Ace 4 suited versus the King Queen. Ace 4 with a bunch of equity here. This is huge. I think Zaki could go bust here. I really do. Zaki could be check raising if Magic Man bets out here. Zaki, I think, will check raise top pair with the flush draw. I'm putting my money in here. King high flush draw, top pair. Let's do this. That's what I'm thinking. Zaki open, didn't get 3 bets, so not putting Magic Man on a premium. Well, he just check calls with the King high club draw. Now he adds an open-ended straight to his flush draw with top pair. There's no escape here. And he's drawing dead. That's the sick thing about this. Zaki Hamani drawing absolutely dead. Magic Man, 100% check mark. He really is running pure Magic Man. Zaki Hamani, how his money is in, I just don't know. My money is in here on the flop. I get it in super quick. Well, counts out to 650. Leaves himself with about 1.5 million. Eight on the river. Checks. Magic Man with the nuts here. Zaki Hamani. Missed his flush draw, straight draw, so I think he can get away from this one pair hand now. He saved himself 1.6 million. I'm really surprised that he escaped here, but he hasn't escaped yet. He's thinking this through. I expected the money to win the flop. I expected it then to go in on the turn. I really don't expect it to go in here in the river. Well, did go in. On the river it goes in. Elimination, another bust out. Every player we've seen today busted out. Has been busted out by Magic Man, and you can just hear Zaki Yamani saying, I block everything,
Dann hat er noch nicht so häufig mit dir gespielt, oder?
with his King Queen.
Das war so klar gewesen.
Hast du gesehen, wie ich extra zitter? Ich habe wirklich extra gemacht. Dass der denkt, ich habe Angst jetzt.
It has been some day so far for Magic Man. He started this day with like 11 big blinds, and now he's up to 11 million with the big blind at 120. And what a great problem to have, scooping and stacking your chips in columns. Matthias Kribben under the gun, the 9-7 suited. Now Kirosh should be opening here. Chip leader has folded. Kirosh 6.5 million makes it 255, it looks like. Big blind is still 120. Super Mario has folded. Dirk is folded the short stack. Cine Pulk doesn't defend with the King 6 in the big blind.
Du musst noch versuchen, dir so Schweißtropfen rauszudrücken. Wenn du das schaffst, dann bist du gemessen. Den schaffst du nicht, ne? So, weißt du, so... Das ist immer so fremd. Genau so ist es. Ansonsten ist die Position...
Chirpy Chips, 2 big stacks, having a moment. Posting big blind Matthias, and now under the gun is the chip leader Magic Man. Snap folds the Queen 8 and Attila, 1.2 million. Now, Matthias facing a raise from Super Mario in the cutoff. Pretty loose here from Super Mario. Queen, deuce, offsuit. Matthias will play back for sure. Ace King. We're going to see a 3-bet. Matthias Kribben. $820. The game's up for Super Mario. Queen deuce. Nothing he can do. Just simply fold. Hold on. Oi, oi. What's going on? Super Mario. Grabbing chips. I can't see him continuing here. I really can't. I think he's just posturing there. Does fold. Matthias takes down the pot. Super Mario. Down to 1.6 million. About 10 minutes left in this 60-120 blind level. There's the listing, the graphic showing us the chip count for each player, and it's a German affair apart from Super Mario. Representing Turkey, all German feature table. It is the German Poker Masters. There is 300,000 in this prize pool. We're down to just 14 players. One of these players will receive 56,000. Included in the prize pool is the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, and that is just around the corner. Well, October, but believe me, book early. It is billed as the biggest tournament of 2022 in Europe. Now, Cine Pulk on the button here with the queens. Just 1.5 million in a stack. There's 14 players left. Looks like he's gone big. 400k. Not really clear on the reason for that. Is it that he doesn't want action? I'm not sure. What it does do is shows the other players still to act that he's completely committed. He's putting in 400k of a 1.5 million stack. I mean, this is just super loose from Magic Man. Big blind, I guess. Well, Cine Pulk gets a call. And he just has a pot-sized bet behind. Magic Man checks. Cine Pulk will continue. This is a great board for queens. Magic Man did well to avoid queen or nine high board there. Cine Pulk adds 500,000 plus to a stack. Button moves, change of dealer, and that's the chip count graphic showing the state of play in our feature table. This is the German Poker Masters. It's the warm-up, it's the main event, and we're down to just 2 tables, 14 players. Of these 14 players I mentioned a short time ago about the World Series of Poker Europe main event, confirmed for October. 15 gold bracelets and huge guarantees. The main event has a minimum of 5 million guaranteed. That's going to be absolutely obliterated. Even during a pandemic with massive restrictions. In fact, there was a state of emergency called at one stage, and even with all the challenges, it managed to meet the 5 million guarantee last year, well, just before Christmas, in fact. So big expectations for that World Series of Poker Europe, particularly the main event, which this particular tournament is feeding. All the regular main festivals award tickets to the top players for that 10,350 buy-in. Now, Sidney Polk makes it 300k with the ace 10.
Six go. Six check.
White ones? No.
600. Three bets.
End of hand here. Check, bet from Sidney Polk and fold from Attila. Nice progress from Sidney Polk. Now, Dirk Eliesberg, haven't really seen Dirk play a hand since he lost that big flip with nines versus ace queen. Magic Man, we've seen plenty of him, 12 million stack. I mean, it's just going so well. 14 left, the average stack is about 3.7, 3.8. Surprised it didn't open on the button there. Kirosh gets a walk. And it's all going pretty good for Kirosh also. He's stacking up nicely, close to 7 million. He'll post small blind and Super Mario, who's about 1.5 million. Will post the big blind ante. Leave himself with about 1.2 behind. Now Dirk will be folding the 9-2. See, the average stack actually 3.9 million.
One pass. Three pass.
Now Matthias, hijack king 6. I think it's just a tad too loose. Matthias, I expect him to fold here, to be honest. Pretty difficult seat. Magic Man acting after Mattila on the button with the 6s. I'm just shoving here, but he's going to run into it. Small blind, looking down at 10s is Kirosh. We're going to see a call here. Kirosh with the 10s, Attila with 6s. There's the call. Super Mario hoping he looked down at a premium, but King 7 straight in the dustbin. On their back, 6s versus 10s. What can I do, says Attila. just couldn't get going. Defended with Jack 6 off, lost a big pot to Matthias. Then he lost another pot with 10s versus King 10 against the Magic Man. And now he's run into it here. 6s into 10s. Now, interesting. Gives him 7s. And he's 6 and he's 7. Queen on the turn, 6 or 7. Doesn't happen. Elimination for Attila. First player we've seen knocked out today that hasn't been busted out by Magic Man. This time it's Kirosh that eliminates Attila Horvat. Down to 13 players. So 6 on our feature table, 7 on our outer table. And blinds up, not good news if you are Dirk Leesburg, 80,160, and you're going to have to post 2 of your like 5.5 bigs. This is not good. Has to post 320k blind here. Magic Man, King Queen suited, incoming, open here for sure.
Five rows. 400.
$400k with the King Queen suited. Kirosh, well, he should be just folding here. Jack 5, he doesn't know the actions on him, guarantee you. He's stacking chips. Now he does, he folds. Super Mario's in bad shape, but Dirk is going to be all in here. Dirk Leesburg is going to be all in announced, and we're going to see a snap call from Magic Man. Magic Man goes, yeah, let's do this. Showdown, King Queen suited. Now, just how good is Magic Man running? That's the question.
Today running Queen very well.
And you've heard it, Magic Man admitting himself today. I'm running very well, he says. And there you go, just like that. Horrible if you're sitting in Dirk Leesburg's seat, but it's pretty cool if you're the Magic Man. You just can't lose. Unless, of course, an ace comes up on turn or river. Well, he doesn't want to hit 2 pair now, Magic Man. That would give us straight to Dirk Leesburg. Needs to avoid a king or an ace. He does so. He eliminates another player. Magic Man rising, continually extending his chip lead, goes to his rail. Busto is the player in seat 1. Dirk Leesburg comes across as an absolute gentleman. Couldn't get going. He lost that massive flip with the 9s versus, it was 9s versus ace queen. Super Mario ripped on the button with the ace queen. He looked down at 9s in the small blind. He called, as he should. So we're down to 5 players. Well, what's going to happen now? There's 7 on the outer table. So the tables will be balanced. You can see the top right graphic there showing 12 left. So at the end of the hand, currently running on the outer table, the next big blind will be moved over to this feature table, and that will leave us with 6 on our feature table, 6 on the outer table. And that's called balancing of tables. You can see the dealer dealt on even with 5, but that's completely fine. The table's balanced to within 2 to keep the flow of the game. Now Super Mario on the button, 1.3 million, about 8 bigs. I think he just rips here. Pocket nines. Does move all in. We can see the player being moved from the outer table. Not sure who it is, but we'll get that information pretty soon. Well, I know exactly who it is. It's Bumbalo, who we featured not too long ago on one of our streams. This guy is pretty solid, Bumbalo, from Germany. He's got a few pink chips there also. So it looks like he's a decent stack. Lots of chips on this table. 3 big stacks in a row. We have Magic Man, Bumbalo, and then we have Kirosh. $12 remain. So you can see a stack there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 or 7 million for Bumbalo. Average about 4.5 million. Well, there you have it, 7 million stack, 6.9 for Bumbalo. And 7.8 million stack for Kirosh with the Jack 8. Lots of chips on this table. 3 big sacks side by side. Then we have Super Mario. Now, he's going to be opening here, you'd imagine. King Deuce on the button. Well, he doesn't. He folds. Cine Pulk with the 10 Deuce gives Matthias a walk. Matthias shows the jacks. Disappointed, nods the head. No action. And you can see the floor just taking up these orange 5k chips. They're the low value ones. Magic Man with several trays of them. He'll receive pink and whites. There's the scoreboard. Super Mario, 10 bigs, lower than 10 bigs. And then the massive giant stack, 80 big blinds for Magic Man, Kirosh and Bumbalo. Sitting on around the 7 million mark. Bumbalo under the gun here. It's going to be folding the 5 deuce. Kirosh. 10-7 suited in the hijack. I'm opening here. Why not? What are you afraid of? Well, absolutely nothing. Kirosh agrees with me. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this guy so far. That was a nice check raise. He pulled a Matthias a little earlier, but he's run into it here. Super Mario will be 3-bet shoving all in, I guess. Kirosh sporting a Really fashionable hairstyle, if I may say so. But he's going to get a shove back in his face here. This is Super Mario with the goods. Ace King, big slick. 3-betting coming. Kirosh. Well, mentally he's finished with this hand. He's not going to be continuing. He's looking down at the size of the 3-bet, but he's finished. 10-7. Will be going in the dustbin. Fold it right around. This is Matthias in the small blind. Not sure what the debate is about, what he's thinking about. Magic Man doesn't need a second to fold a 6-3. But Kirosh will, well, he'll do a bit of Hollywooding, but I'm pretty certain he's just going to let go of the 10-7. He's out of position. His hand strength, I mean, it's just not there. He's super weak. But it's incredible if you look at his equity. He's 40% versus Ace King. Well, that's one of the reasons he's considering to continue, but it's not going to happen. He lets it go. Now, I want to shout out to a very good friend of mine from the UK, big supporter of Irish poker, Mr. Nick Slade. Thank you for tuning in, Nick. All the UK regs will know Nick. Regular on the scene in the UK and Ireland for the guts of 20 years. And a big fan of the King's live stream. Love to see you over here in King's soon, Nick. Plenty to look forward to. We have the Benelux Classics next week, 400,000 guaranteed. And then of course we have Eureka, 2 million guaranteed in the Eureka Poker Tour Festival at the end of the month. Now, the Magic Man, not interested, gives a walk to Bungalow. Button moves. New hand. Now, City Pulk.
Free call, 160. 4 pass. Five raise 700.
So Ace Queen here for the chip leader, 12 million. He's the overall tournament leader. He's the top dog with 12 left. He's looking down at Ace Queen. He makes it 700k. Now, what is Kirosh considering? Big blind. Well, it's too much action. Looks like there was a limp from Cine Pulk. 700k raise from Magic Man. And now Kirosh with the suited ace. In the big blind position. And this is interesting, very interesting. I'm liking this from Kirosh, this ace 3 suited. Well, this ace is a key card. It's blocking so many premium hands. And a re-raise here. Well, it could apply max pressure to Magic Man. I love this. Looks like about 1.9 million. Well, 2 million in fact. Cine Pulk kicked all this off with the limp. Now, Magic Man in such great shape, but he's concerned, and I tell you why he's concerned, because Kurosh is sitting on about 7.5 million. Ace Queen, well, it starts to shrivel up, doesn't it, when faced with a big re-raise. Oh boy, that's just a little bit too tight, but I don't like him showing. And Kurosh never going to show the Ace 3. Magic Man, well, the trick's on him there. Kurosh, who we've picked out from early on as one of the standout players. Got the Ace Queen to lay down. Big fold. So this blind level is the 8160 with 4.5 million as the average stack. Just 12 remaining. Magic Man. Well, he won't be folding this time. If he gets re-raised. Looks down at Cowboys. Cut off. Big blind 160. Oh, this is just too big. Yeah, I mean, a cut off open. Why so big? That's the question. What's he trying to achieve? Well, he's in all likelihood just trying to get as much money in the pot pre-flop as possible. That's one of the reasons he's going so big. But I mean, it's just going to scare off. He's not going to get any action. What hand gives him action? That's the question. All these marginal hands will be just snap folding. Ace 5 from Bumbelow and Ace 4 from Super Mario, who you would certainly expect to defend versus a smaller raise size. Magic Man with the Cowboys. I think you got to be, I mean, you got to be making the absolute maximum possible with these super premium hands like Kings. I think the 500k raise with a big blind at 160 is just too big. He min raises there. I mean, who knows what Bumbelow does with his Ace 5 or Super Mario with his Ace X in the big blind. Now Matthias under the gun, folding the King 9 suited. Magic Man back up to 12 million. Bumbelow, Jack 8 suited in the cut-off, makes it 320. Min raise with the Jack 8 and Kurosh on the button here, who's been pretty tricky. Kurosh 8.3 million, averages 4.5. He's just going to fold this King, or 10-4 should I say. Ten 5 in the big blind for Cine Pulk. He lets that one go. Bumbelow taps the table as if to say, well done lads, thanks for folding. Scoops the pot. This is a pretty tricky corner, this Magic Man with all the chips. Then you have in the centre of your screen Bumbelow. He's super solid, this guy. Very experienced. And then we have on his left, our right there, as you can see, is Kirosh, who's sitting on 8.3 million. He's shown a lot of creativity. Not afraid to put chips in. Then we have Matthias Kribben, 3.4 million. And then the two short stacks is Super Mario, sitting on about 12 big blinds, and Cine Pulk, I believe, is down to 10 bigs. Magic Man here with the pseudo connectors under the gun, but I guess he's just going to let this one go. Bumbelow will fold the 9-5 off also, and action will move to Kirosh, who will be opening. Once Magic Man and Bumbelow out of the picture, I think Kirosh's range widens greatly. He's everybody covered still to act, so Jack 9 should qualify as an open. I'm surprised he's folding this in the cutoff. Super Mario 3-2 offsuit on the button. I mean, any kind of a hand there, we would see Super Mario get involved, but he folds. Cine Pulk in the small blind with the Jack 4. Looks like he's limping here, but Matthias Kribben, Ace 9 suited. I think he's going to pull the trigger. He's going to charge Cine Pulk the short stack, and he limp folds. Cine Pulk leaves himself with just about 9 bigs behind. Ace 9 suited shown. Matthias takes down the pot, gets a stack to 3.6 million. You've just tuned in. You're watching the German Poker Masters. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. And this is the final day. We're down to just 12 players here. 56,000 up top for the winner. 300,000 prize pool for just a 230 buy-in. And top right you can see field size is down clicked to 11 players. That tells us we have a bust out on the outer table, so 11 left. Average stack just under the 5 million mark. Action around to Matthias, who I expect probably let this one go. 10-3 off. Magic Man, Ace Queen. Johan just detailing in the chat there about next week. Super festival next week. It really is one of the standout festivals in the calendar here at King's. It's the Benelux Classics 2022, 400,000 euro guaranteed for a 250 euro buy-in. It really is a fabulous event if you're considering playing live poker anywhere in Europe this week. Well, this is the choice. There is no other choice. I mean, it's just crazy to consider anything else when you have a 400k guaranteed prize pool, minimum 400k for just the 250 buy-in. And the day 1A kicks off on Wednesday, day after tomorrow. And you have 1B on Thursday. Friday we have a couple of flights. In fact, there's only one flight on Friday, the 1C. Saturday we have 2 flights, and then Sunday, of course, which King's has become renowned for all over, that Sunday morning turbo flight, last chance saloon to get through to day 2. Day 2 then is Sunday next, and we're going to be bringing you all the action from that. Now, interesting, Magic Man. How many times has he flopped a set today? Well, it's been crazy, really. And this is blind v blind, but Bungalow has got there on the turn. 6 high straight. Magic Man looking for the board to pair, doesn't happen for him. And it's gone check, check. I mean, I'm just amazed the pot is only 800k in size. Bungalow is amazed as well. Not sure why Bungalow didn't go for value there. I guess the flush gets there as well. That's what he's worried about. More so than the 6-7. He's worried about the club flush, but I mean, gets checked to him. So I mean, if Magic Man makes his flush, you would expect him to go for value. So I think Bungalow missed a spot there, and I think he gets paid. Now, pocket sevens for Super Mario. 2 million stack under the gun. Big blind is 160. So 12.5 bigs in his stack. This is a tricky spot. He makes it 400. 2.5x. Matthias with the Jack 10, he folds. I like the way Matthias, he takes 2 hands to fold his cards. Magic Man snap folds the A7 in action round to the small blind. Bungalow, who folds the Ace-6, and Kiroshk is not going to be enthusiastic about 6-3. He just flicks the cards to the dealer in disgust. Super Mario takes down that pot, gets a stack up to 2.4 million. Super Mario, he will be posting 160 big and 160 BB ante here. Cine Pulk under the gun with the 7-4. He's desperately short. He's going to have to do something pretty soon. But he's posting big blind next hand. Button open here from Bungalow. Kiroshk is a difficult opponent, he really is. Seems to have a great understanding of what's going on. And he realizes this button open from Bungalow could be from a very wide range. Kiroshk takes down the 100k chips. This seems to be a feature of his game. Cuts out chips first, tries to get some kind of reaction, some kind of feel for what's going on. He's considering all options. Fold is in there for sure. Flat call is in there. But a 3-bet is certainly in there. And I mean, we can see Bungalow with the 4-2 off. He's just looking for fast folds from the small and big blind. He gets one, it looks like, from Kiroshk. And Super Mario, well, one of these hands you just kind of hate defending with. Jack 6 off. Very hard to see potential. Super Mario points the finger and says, look how weak my hand was. Little does he know what Bumbelow is raising with. He gets a stack to 8 million, Bumbelow. This guy, believe me, he's favoured for final table, trust me. I say that because he's very experienced, very solid, and who knows how far he will go. Podium position, that's my prediction for Bumbelow. Now Matthias with ace queen under the gun, he's going to be opening. It's a pretty sick spot for the short stack in the big blind. It's Cine Polk who's posting big blind ante, and it's pretty sick because he's going to have to go with any kind of hand at all. He's going to have to go with Matthias Cribben. Makes it 350. Snap fold for Magic Man, and Bumbelow will be folding 4-3. Garrosh 3 deuce. This goes in the bin also. And action moves to Super Mario in the small blind. I mean, these are just all trash hands. No one showing any interest. And Cine Polk, well, 5-4 off. Brutal. Has to fold. He's about 7.5 bigs in a stack, Cine Polk. Magic Man with the Queen Jack under the gun makes it 350. Ace 10 suited. All the money's going in. And Magic Man is going to be calling this, I expect. 840. 5 bigs. Looks around. Gets the count. There's the call. 540 to call. Sorry, 840 to call. Magic Man has been running pretty good all day. Has to be said, he's got it in pretty good, but not so much on this occasion. He's a 2-to-1 dog. Cine Polk, well, hand over. Absolutely over. Not often you're dead on the flop in this game. Magic Man hits his straight. but no good against a full house. Cine Pulk gets the double. Brings him back up to 2,012,000. Bigs, blinds, 80k, 160. Still about 10 or 15 minutes left in this level. Magic Man still with a very sizable chip lead, sitting on 11 million. First sizable pot we've seen Magic Man lose today. He's had some spin up. 1.1 million. 11 bigs he started with today. And he just came out of the traps. Kirosh 7-2 suited in the hijack. Cine Pulk on the button here, 2.7 million in a stack. He raises with the King Queen. Matthias Cribben snap folds in the small blind, and Magic Man in the big blind here with the Jack 7. Well, interesting flop. It's a double gutter for Magic Man. It goes check, check. $500,000. Cine Pulk with just the 2 overs, no draw, no pair. I think he folds this. I mean, it's not out of the question. He could be drawn dead here. Pocket Kings for Kirosh under the gun here. Playing 7.9 million. You can see the average is 4.9. Just 11 players left. 1% of the original starting field of 1,093 entries. $330,000 raise from Kirosh. Bungalow in the big blind. Both these players with the same stack size. Bungalow deciding, yeah, just call with the Queen 10 suited. All makes sense. Both players 7.5 million behind. But look at this. Queen high board from Bungalow. Kurash with the overpair. 900k in the pot. Snap check from Bungalow. He does have the back doors also, Bungalow. Continuation. 325,000 from Kurash. Bungalow. Going nowhere. Just check call here, you'd imagine. Well, it's not. It's a check raise. Makes it 1,005,000. Kurash with the kings. What's he up against? That's the question. Kurash moves in. Wow. Well, it's end of hand. I mean, he's never getting called by a hand that he's ahead of. All these type of hands will fold. Bungalow is going to fold his queen. There's no chance he can continue to an all-in. It's just a little bit too strong from Kurash. All the hands he's beating are going to fold. It's only the hands that are ahead of him, like the two pairs and sets, they're the ones that call. So it's not the optimum play, this all-in shove. I guess one of the benefits is it like protects his hand. Pot is sizable. He's happy enough to take down the pot. 9.5 million almost. Bungalow is in the tank here, but there's no chance he can call. It's just, I mean, with one pair, there's nothing he's beating. Barra bluff. And even some of Kurash's bluffs, like I'm thinking Ace King, still has a load of equity. And he Ace and a King and a 10, of course. Like an Ace King suited would probably, well, may do this. Be pretty spewy. Bungalow trying to figure out what he's up against, but I just can't see how he can justify a call here. Just wouldn't make sense. Bungalow looks to be in a lot of pain. So Bungalow taking his time, but I mean, it's just, I don't think it's feasible to call this shove. You're beating a bluff, right? Would Ace Jack take this line? Possible, but just highly unlikely. Bungalow will hate it, but lets it go. And Kurash takes down a sizable pot, so there is loads of pluses for the way he played it. Does protect his hand against the trip draw, two pair draw, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Yeah, just catching up with the chat, nice fold. Yeah, it is a nice fold, because some people just go crazy with one pair hand and just convince themselves, right, this guy's at it. It is a nice fold, but I mean, it's highly expected of a player like Bumble. Just let that one go. And a hello to Elmatic84. Thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate all of our viewers. It's a real pleasure to bring you this live stream from King's Resort. We're looking at the chip leader here, the Magic Man, on the button. And Bumble folds the Queen Jack suited in the small blind versus the button raise. I'm surprised at that. But it is a huge raise size now that I look at it. Blinds are up, it's 100k, 200k. And Magic Man 3x's with the 9s. And Kirosh second in chips at this table. Second in chips overall in the tournament. Looks down at Ace Jack suited. Kirosh has 3-bet as a higher frequency than any other player on this table, and he's done it quite often against Magic Man. Is he considering that again in the big blind position with the Ace Jack? Probably, but my guess is he'll just flat call, peel a flop here with the Ace Jack suited, see what progresses. Well, again, I'm wrong. This guy pulls the trigger once again, but a snap call from the Magic Man with the pocket 9s has the benefit of position, of course. We did see Kirosh 3-bet him with Ace 3 and he folded Ace Queen. I wonder, is that information being fed back? Kirosh has missed, but of course he's going to continue. Now, Magic Man needs to stand tall, stand strong. Just one overcard. It's not a bad board for 9s. Looks like 1.4 million. This is a huge moment in the tournament. Magic Man calls here, he'll win the pot. Because Kirosh just shuts down then. There's no doubt. This is big moment in the tournament. And Magic Man, well, he's got to have reason to, that this was always the likelihood, regardless of what came in the flop, that Kirosh was going to continue. And I like this call from Magic Man. He's favourite now to win this, in my opinion. Of course, turn and river can change so much. 10 now, he's picked up the good shot, Kirosh. He's going to shut down surely. Wowzer. That's incredible how he keeps going. This is really interesting. Look at the size of this pot. I mean, Kirosh is pretty much putting Magic Man on the exact hand he has. He's thinking, right, he called the big 3-bet. Doesn't have Ace King. Doesn't have aces, doesn't have kings. Probably not queen, so he's putting him on like jacks type hand. Jacks, maybe queens. 8s, 9s, 10s. Well, 10s get there in the turn, but that's not stopping Kirosh fire once again. What an interesting hand this is between the two big stacks of the table. Ace Jack suited versus pocket 9s. Magic Man, well, now he has a problem. I think he just has to give up here. It just screams of strength. Kirosh firing again. Magic Man, well, it's very difficult to continue. I don't blame him for folding. But what about this guy, Kirosh? Super aggressive. 3-bets big. fires on flop. Now, what happens? I mean, what happens if Magic Man comes over the top on that turn? Guess he just folds. But it brings him up to 13 million. He is now top of the chip count graphic for this table and the outer table. He is the overall tournament chip leader. Big pot, big move by Kirosh, who sits now on 13 million, which is equivalent to about 65 bigs with the blinds at 100, 200k.
Ja, okay. Das habe ich auch weggeschnitten. Genau, jetzt haben wir hier.
Just to let our recently tuned in viewers know that this is the German Poker Masters warm-up event, and we're down to 11 players, average stack in and around the 5 million, just below the 5 million actually, which is approximately 25 big blinds. This is Matthias Kribben, making it 450 with the ace queen. So, player on your screen on the left hand side is one of the short stacks, Cine Pulk. And then they have Matthias there in the glasses, grey hair, and then the Magic Man with the white gloves. Magic Man still a chunk of chips, but he was a massive stack until this guy, Kirosh, started battling with him, and Kirosh has come out on top on every single occasion. Cut off. He's going to open again. You'd expect here ace deuce. He's just got the short stacks to act after him. It's Super Mario, who you see there on the right hand side of your screen with the Kings branded hoodie. Well, just a little bit tight in late position, given his stack size. Now Super Mario folds, so Battle of the Blinds, Cine Pulk, 1.8 million, he's 9 bigs. He limps once again, but Matthias, I expect, will charge him. And this has been an ongoing story here. Cine Pulk keeps getting punished. Matthias up over 20 bigs, 21 big blinds in the short stack, is the player in the centre of your screen on the button now. Sidney Polk, he's the shortest stack at the table. I think he's around 8 bigs, 8.5 bigs. Blinds 100k, 200k. You can feel the tension, the pay jumps now starting to kick in. And this is Bumbelow under the gun with the suited connectors. Playing 6.5 million, he folds, and Kirosh, well, he's going to snap fold the 7-3. And next is Super Mario, 2 million stack, which is equivalent to 10 bigs. Sidney Polk could shove here. With the King 10, he does shove, yeah. There's like 500k out there, 500,000. He can add like 30% to his stack. He gets this through, and he does get it through. Magic Man with 4 deuce, and that brings Sidney Polk up to 11 big blinds. Super Mario with 2 million, 10 bigs. Sidney Polk with 11 bigs, 2 short stacks. We're 6-handed here on our feature table. 5 players on the outer table. Blinds 100k, 200k. Just started this blind level, so well, we started about 10 minutes ago, so about half an hour or so left in this 100k, 200k blind level. Kirosh with the ace deuce under the gun. He folds, and now it's Super Mario. He's got to generate some activity soon. Not ideal, 10 bigs. Letting that button run through you again. Matthias on the button here. He's going to open with the 9-7 suited. Magic Man in the small blind with the King 7 suited. Matthias, of course, just looking for these blinds to fold out. It looks like he's going to get a fold from Magic Man and Bumbelow with 8 deuce offsuit. Bumbelow surrenders. Matthias takes down the pot, gets his stack to 4.6 million, which is pretty much average. 4.9 in fact is the exact average. Magic Man just going to his fans on the rail, explaining to him about that big hand he had with the 9s. The info will be fed back to him soon. He won't be happy. Kirosh has picked his pocket a few times today. Kirosh posting big blind here. Super Mario under the gun. I think he goes with this. King Jack. I think he lets rip. Ten bigs. 6-handed table. Well, it's bad news for Super Mario. 455. Well, maybe he gets away here. Magic Man puts them all in.
5 raise, 2 million.
That's what he's done. Magic Man has. He's 3-bet to 2 million. And like, there's a bunch of Super Mario's cards being folded here. Kings and jacks. What does Super Mario do? I see folds. Leaves himself with 1.5 million.
Well done. I don't feel me well. For that reason I put call. But you can call, no problem. I've had good hand. If I just call, then I'm afraid they pay, maybe they get 2 pairs, something like that. That was the reason. Normally I call. If I'm with big, just call. But otherwise, I don't want to play against 4 people. You must have really well.
8.
If I call, I'm not calling.
Well, he did escape.
2 pairs, something like
He did well there, Super Mario. And if I'm playing that hand, I'm just letting rip with the 10 bigs.
Then, yeah, because it's cheap for you, 250. But 2 million, it's not cheap. That's not.
He's left himself 7.5 big blinds, but he's going to have to post big blind ante. And that means he's down to, well, he's just down to 1.1 million behind, which is 5.5 bigs. About a half an hour left in this 100k, 200k level. And we're on 11 players for quite some time. Bumbelow on the button here with the 9-3. He makes it 450k. And Kirosh with the Queen 5 in the small blind position. He's the big stack on the table. He's going to fold the Queen 5 and Jack 8 suited for Super Mario. Well, he's a lot invested, just 5.5 bigs. I'd be tempted, I really would, versus a button open. This is a big decision. I wouldn't be surprised if Super Mario went with this Queen 8 suited, sorry, Jack 8 suited. Puts in the 250, leaves himself with 4.5 bigs behind. He misses.
8 check.
Checks. Any kind of bet here from Bumbelow, I think will get the job done.
6 bet, 250.
250 continuation. It's hard for Super Mario with Jack high. No pair, no draw. And if he's no connection to the board, highly likely if he shoves he'll get called given the size of his stack. Well, he's decided that board should be favouring him. It's just so shallow a stack, that's the problem. So shallow. That's what's going to put him off raising here. It's highly likely he gets called, and well, Bumbelow wasn't going to call him, but he was not to know that Bumbelow wins another one. He shouldn't have won.
That's the reason. For that reason, I really think that he cannot have this kind of hand. And somebody brings I say, okay, I want to see the flop. But by 2 million, I never see the flop.
There you have it, Kirosh, top of that chip count graphic, and at the bottom Super Mario. I mean, it's desperate times for Super Mario, just 4.5 big blinds left in his stack, 11 players left. This is the German Poker Masters warm-up. This is the Magic Man hijack Well, I'd expect an open there with that hand, but he decides to fold. Bungalow. He's just robbed Super Mario's pockets the last hand. Kirosh. On the button position here, 8 deuce suited. He folds, but Super Mario in the small blind here, I think he just rips. Keeps it simple. $745k, like he's sub 4 bigs. He just puts it in. These are all low value chips he has. There's the all in. Cine Pulk. Well, he's going to have to do the mathematics here. It's just 3.5 big blinds to call. It's pretty close. This is really close with Jack 9. This is where it gets very interesting. Cine Pulk decides to fold. Super Mario shows the goods. Zalia, Corta, thank you so much for helping. Kirosh. I guess that's how you're describing it. Now, Kirosh here in the cutoff with the Jack 5. Fold Super Mario. Back up to 1.2 million, but still super short. 6 bigs. Moves all in. And look at this. That's the benefit of this all-in rip. It's getting hands stronger, like the King 9 to fold, and the 7-2 in the big blind position will be surrendering also. Super Mario, 1.7 million. I mean, he's still like 8.5 bigs, but he'll feel like that stack is super deep. He'd less than 4 bigs just a couple of hands ago. Still 11 players. 6 handed on our feature table. And we have 5 on the outer table, 11 in total. Bungalow folds. Kirosh here with the 7-5 suited in the hijack. Matthias in the small blind with ace deuce. He makes it 600k, 3x. But Magic Man, pocket nines once again. We've seen him fold nines, but blind v blind, don't expect him to be folding here for sure. In fact, I would have expected a raise from Magic Man, but he decides to just flat call. Well, he does have position. This is big problems for Matthias. He's flopped a pair. Going to continue here.
500,000.
Now, is it time for Magic Man to announce himself? Pocket nines.
Let's go 500.
Oh, this is just brutal. Matthias. Well, he shouldn't really be in the hand. This should have been ended pre-flop. Certainly on the turn. But Matthias has made trips. Fires again, and Magic Man gonna call again. 800k. Leaves him with just one out. 1-9 left in the deck. Wow, that's quite incredible. Magic Man sends something. He's read it right. He never put him on a 2, mind you. I believe he put him on a premium pair. Given the raise size pre, he 3x'd it blind v blind. Magic Man just put him on a massive hand. It's very interesting how that hand played. Well, Magic Man, he called when he was ahead, folded when he went behind.
7 pass.
Kirash in the under the gun position folds. This is Super Mario. 1.7 million he folds in the short stack. Sidney Pulk folds. Matthias,
4 pass.
how did he win that last hand is remarkable. Magic Man in the small blind limps in, and Bumbelow looks down at King 2 suited, checks his option. We're going to see a flop.
1 heads up. 5. Check the blind. Check. 6 check.
8-8-3 flop is checked. And now the ace of spades on the turn.
5 check.
King high good here. Both players check it down. Magic Man down to 7 million, but that's good for 35 bigs. Average is about 25 big blinds. Bumbelow up to about 6.7 million. Super Mario folding a suited ace, and it's folded right around to Magic Man sitting on 7 million, who folds the 8-6. Now Bumbelow, ace deuce suited, ace deuce offsuit in the small blind, he limps in, and Kirosh in the big blind is going to increase the price here. Ace 9 suited, he's going to raise.
7 raise. 550.
550,000. Bungalow with ace deuce. Bungalow limped with the ace deuce. Kirosh. Ace 9 suited raised. And now Bungalow jams for the lot. Kirosh asking for a count. It's a huge shove. I think this could work. Bungalow limped, then back raised. Kirosh has the goods here, but he's thinking he might have been trapped into something. This is a massive shove. 30 big blind shove. Kirosh rightly taking his time. Very difficult to make this call with King 9. Bungalow, not comfortable, looking for a fold. He knows if he's called here, he's dead. Kirosh, I think, is leaning towards a fold here. Bungalow, well, he's really been put through the grinder. Ace, deuce, off. Bungalow smiles. He escaped. That could have been game over there. Kirosh could have found the call.
Aber ist doch in Ordnung, oder?
Huge shove. 31-32 bigs. Now, change the dealer. This is the scoreboard. Still up top there, Kirosh. Bungalow, would you believe, second in chips now. Magic Man, 7 million. Matthias Cribben, 5.5 million. And then we have the two very short stacked players, Super Mario with 8 bigs and Cine Hulk with 8 bigs. They're doing a pretty decent job playing the short stack, these guys. They're hanging in there. It's been a couple hours now since we've had a bust out. Magic Man, suited ace. How does he not open there? I don't get it. In the cutoff, above average. Suited ace should be opening there. Kirosh in the small blind position with the Jack 4 suited. There's a break scheduled. That's what Magic Man is referring to. It's been so long since they've had a bust out, they've decided to put in a break, and I get that. I think they'll race the 5Ks. Seven, 8, 9 flop. That's 2 pair for Super Mario. Good shot for Kirosh with the backdoor clubs. Kirosh checks. Nice check back here from Super Mario. He's disguised his hand well. He fills up full boat check. I think Super Mario checks again. Keeps the story of weakness going, and that ace on the river. Kind of card that you would think would favour Kirosh. So we might see a bet incoming here from Kirosh. Well, he doesn't. He just checks, and now we're going to see Super Mario look down at his full house. Now go for value. Kirosh did well not to lose any more blinds there. Super Mario up to 1.9 million. Big blind still 200k. Coming towards the end of this blind level, just about 5 minutes or so left. Then we go to the 125, 250 blind level. It's crazy how this final day is unfolded so far. We've had like just bust out after bust out at the beginning of the stream. It was crazy. Magic Man busted out 4 players within about 20 minutes. We haven't seen a bust out in 2 hours. That's the way the tournaments go. But with the blinds going up, continually increasing, it's always going to create action. Super Mario gives a walk to the other short stack at the table. which is Cine Polk. He'll take that and leaves him on 1.8 million, which is 9 bigs. Super Mario also sitting on 9 bigs. Matthias now posting big blind 200k, big blind ante, and first to speak is Magic Man. I mean, Magic Man, he just started so strong. He wasn't afraid, got his money in pretty good every time. But he seems to have kind of locked up in the last couple of hours. He's just played way tighter. And this has opened the door for this guy, Kirash, who's come to the top of the chip count chart. 11 million now, Kirash. Gonna fold in the cutoff, and now Super Mario on the button with the 7-5. He folds, but Cine Polk, well, Cine Polk and Matthias, they battled. I mean, Cine Polk has pretty much limped or raised every small blind, and Matthias has won every single one of them. He's come over the top. But Cine Polk won't be folding this time. He's going to go for it. He's committed here. He's 4x'd. He's putting all his money in. It's close for Matthias. Queen Jack suited. Matthias cribbing. Well, all options are open. He can call this 800k raise, another 600k. Could fold. Could just go for it. I think that's what he's thinking. If he's going to put in 600, he might as well put in the 1.6 cards on their back. See 5 cards. Fully realise his potential. Not get moved off the pot on the flop if he misses. That's what's going through his mind. So basically it's 1.6 million or fold, and he's decided to let go the Queen Jack. Cine Polk takes it down, and he will get the button position. Matthias small, Magic Man, big blind under the gun will be Bumbelow. Now Kirash. Folded right around to Matthias cribbing. Ace, 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 8 in the small blind, but Magic Man with the king queen here. $700k raise. Magic Man certainly will be continuing, surely will continue. Blind v blind, king queen, he just has to play it. Puts in the additional 500k. We're going to go to a flop. Now we've seen Matthias. Well, he basically stole a pot off Magic Man blind on blind last orbit with the ace deuce, I think it was, versus the pocket nines. Both have the flush draw here. Magic Man with the queen high flush draw. Matthias with the nut flush draw. Kills one of his outs, the king of diamonds, but any queen is good. Black king is good. Magic Man, another fold. Matthias shows the ace of diamonds. Up to 6 million, that's 30 bigs. We're going to go on a quick break. Back in approximately 30 minutes. Well, actually, the break is just 10 minutes, so do join us.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort. This is the German Poker Masters warm-up, and this is the main event. We're down to 11 players, I believe, which is exactly 1% of the starting field. All of these players, of course, set for a payday, but one of them will be receiving the €56,000 up top. Top four positions include the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Blinds increase now to 125,250. A couple of short stacks on the table, just to the right of the dealer, Super Mario. And then the very left of your table there, you see it is Cine Pulk. This is the big stack, Kirosh, with the Ace 6 suited, big blind 250k, that's $250,000. So this guy has about 45 big blinds. He's the chippy. Next to him is the short stack. You can see him with his Mementos, Super Mario. Next to the dealer, Kirosh, Ace 6 suited, should be opening there. Super Mario is going to be letting rip here. 7 bigs. Pocket pairs, got to put it in. All in rip here with 7s, and Matthias Cribben is asking for a count. Matthias, I don't think he's going to be putting 1.8 million in here. Matthias done really well the last couple of levels. He's got a stack up to 6 million, average 5 million, which is just 20 bigs, but we haven't had a bust out in I don't know how long. Now, Queen Jack, Bumbelow, big blind. I think he might call here. Big decision, 1.6 million to call. Queen Jack. 7 big blind of rip. And you're sitting in the big blind with Queen Jack. It's a close one. Really depends on Bumbelow's perception of Super Mario, what type of player he is. I guess Super Mario he's been pretty snug, pretty tight. And that's one of the reasons Bumbelow hasn't snapped him off here. I may even consider folding the Queen Jack. Wouldn't be out of the question. I don't mind either way what he does. As long as he does it today. Yeah, I'm not surprised with the fold. But I know, I mean, if Bumbelow could see Super Mario's cards, he would just snap him off in a heartbeat. Bumbelow gets that shoved through, gets a stack up to 10 bigs. Now, posting big blind is the chip leader, Kirosh. Under the gun, Super Mario. 8-5 suited. Matthias in the cutoff, Queen Jack suited, makes it 5-2-5. Kirosh folds in the big blind, the nut low, 3 deuce offsuit. Kirosh takes down the pot, button moves. Cine Pulk, shortest stack on the table. 4 high, no good. Matthias folds. This is the magic man. King 9 suited. This is incredible. He's down to 5.9 million. Was sitting on 13 million at one stage. But he's tightened up. I mean, even this fold and the cut-off, I think is just a little pip too tight. Bumbelow on the button. He won't be folding. Ace 6 suited. Looks like there's been action on the outer table. $600,000 button raise from Bumbelow. Kirosh, will he have the information back yet? That ace 2 versus ace 9 suited hand. I don't know. It'd be close though. Whether that intel was fed back was about 30 minutes ago. And this could have an influence on how this hand is played. Small blind position. Kirosh is 3-bet frequency percentage way higher, of course, than any other player. But he decides in the small blind just not to get involved with the ace 5 and Super Mario. I guess just lets go of the 7 deuce and leaves himself with 8 bigs behind. Orange chips seem to have been removed. 5k chips. So the pinks are $500,000, greens 25k, and the the white chips are 100k. Still 11 players left here in the German Poker Masters main event. 2 tables in play, 6 on our main event, 5 on the outer table, 6 on our main feature table. This is Kirosh on the button, folding. Battle of the blinds now, the 2 short stacks. Super Mario may just rip here. I think he should be ripping. Queen 7, small blind. There's 625k out there. It's huge. It's like 35% of a stack. And well, he just limps. The rip there would have got through. Cine Pulk would have snap folded the 8 high. Probably going to see a flop. Cine Pulk with an option. I guess he checks back. Well, pardon me, Cine Pulk. He's the one going to make a move. Yeah, I mean, Cine Pulk is reading this pretty much for what it is. Super Mario, he reckons, will be raising all the high strength hand ranges. Limping in here, Cine Polk applies pressure, wins a pot. You feel that Super Mario should have won. Now, 7.6 million stack. Average is 5 million. Just 20 bigs is the average stack. There's been no one busted out for 3 hours. So, 550 raise from Bumbelow with the ace-9. Kirosh with the pocket pair. 40 big blind stack. Chip leader, overall tournament leader. Trees are marked. Super Mario on the button here with the 10-6. Still 11 players remain. Super Mario folds the 10-6. Now the very short, well, Cine Polk is short also, but it is Super Mario, the shortest of the stacks. Matthias, think, we'll just let this one go. Queen, deuce offsuit. Change of a dealer. That's the scoreboard. Chip leader on 40 bigs. Bumbelow second. Matthias third. Would you believe Magic Man? Down to 23 big blinds. He's posting big blind. Magic Man. Under the gun is Bumbelow with the 5-4. And now the chip leader, Kirosh, with the King 4. Hijack, this goes into the bin also. Super Mario, Queen 3 off. 7 bigs. Can't really afford to let that button run through him again. Cine Polk might just jam here. Don't blame him. It's going to get through Matthias for sure. Matthias with the Jack 7. And now Magic Man, 10-6 suited. Well, for half a stack. Well, not half a stack, but 40% of a stack. Can't see Magic Man getting too excited here. Big stack under the gun. It's getting very tense 5 million average stack. That's like, I mean, it's 4.9 exactly. It's less than 20 bigs is the average. It is a 45-minute clock. Kirosh folds and Super Mario here with the King Jack in the hijack position. King Jack all in, 1.7 million. Well, I mean, this is bad situation. Super Mario, he's run into it. Matthias Kribben with a very standard 3-bet isolation shove. Magic Man folding and Bumbelow, unless he's picked up a monster. Well, he was getting called Super Mario by the big blind here, but I guess Bumbelow just folds the ace jack. He's not going to be calling ace jack. Matthias Kribben is 3-bet all in, so Bumbelow having a bit of a laugh. Not great news for Super Mario. One of his jacks will be folded. There's no chance of a call here. Absolutely zero chance. Now, Matthias with the goods, ace king. Super Mario not happy he's seen a jack there. That's for sure. Super Mario in trouble. Big dog here. 3-1 underdog. Matthias Kribben with the goods, ace king. Queen 7 deuce. Matthias stoic as he focuses on the board. You can see the jack of spades has been folded pre. 2 red jacks in the deck. Can Super Mario find one of them? No, he can't. It's over. 11th place for Super Mario. Gave it 100%. Don't blame him for shoving there with the King Jack. Gets called by Ace King. Did see a jack getting folded, so what can he do? Nice situation for Matthias Kribben developing. I understand he should be now close to the top of that chip count chart where we see it there, 8.3 million. $33 big blinds. And we're down to 10 players left. Final table bubble. Matthias, 8.3 million, averages 5.5 million. So average stack 22 bigs. So still pretty shallow. But there is 20 minutes or so left in this blind level. Bumbelow folding in the small blind, and Kirosh getting a walk with ace king suited. Now Bumbelow, the King Jack, 600k raise on the button.
Yeah, I know, but I think for what they think about it. I don't see nothing, so I was surprised at which position they are.
Kirosh folding ace-8 in the small blind on the short stack. Sidney Plunk leaves himself with 10 bigs. Bumbelow up to 8.2 million. Just catching up with the chat, which is on fire today. Thank you, Apocalypse UK, for your contributions. Now, Magic Man, can he make something happen? 5.5 million is the average. He's below average stack. Bumbelow with the goods here. Cowboys cut off 8.2 million.
Race 575.
575, and now chip on the card for Kirosh. These guys have history. They've clashed a few times. Well, we're going to see another clash. We're going to see a big pot. Kirosh loves to 3-bet. I'd be willing to bet quite hard that a 3-bet incoming here from Kirosh. And there is the 3-bet. Matthias Cribben, easy decision. Bumbelow loving this. Now it's interesting because surely now the information is fed back to Kirosh that ace deuce versus ace 9 suited hand. This is a big moment in the tournament. Huge moment. I guess Kirosh can 3-bet fold here. Should Bumbelow come back over the top, which I kind of expect him to do, to be honest. I think he's going to want to get the money in. He's out of position. I think absolutely fine. Get the money in here, this situation. Kirosh is the bigger of the two stacks. Really interesting spot here. There is the 4-bet. I don't think Kirosh folds. I just don't. I mean, from what I've seen, he's super sticky. But this is huge. This is like 4.5 million. Well, 3.5 million it is. 2.2 to call. I think he does call. Real interesting situation developing here. 10 players remain. This is the final table bubble. These are two of the bigger stacks. Kirosh with pocket 9s. Bumbelow with the goods. Kirosh with a decision, 2.2 million. I think it's fine to call here. I really do. Ace King, a likely candidate that would 4-bet in this situation. Kirosh does have position. He could just uncomplicate things by just dumping this pair of nines. But that is not Kirosh's style. He don't like folding. Bumbelow with the goods. This guy has a lot of quality. Good understanding, good recognition, knowing when to click back, knowing when to slow play, picking his customer. Big moment here. Kirosh, big decision, pocket nines. Bumbelow, 4-bets to 3.5 million. Kirosh trying to figure it out. I mean, it's Ace King or an overpair to the nines.
That is okay, no? I mean, yeah. Otherwise, running, we cannot play.
I think what's happening here is Kirosh is saying apologies for taking so long, and Magic Man is taking the role of controller and saying it's okay, it's fine, take your time. Bumbelow engaging in conversation himself along different lines. Well, Kirosh escapes unscathed, relatively speaking. He loses 1.5, I think, he 3-bet to. Bumbelow shows the kings. That's the new chip leader. Top of the chip count graph. Can hear some activity on the outer table. Not quite sure what the situation is. We're on the final table bubble, so one more bust out and then we pause the clock once again. Cut off, Kirosh folds. Now action around to Cine Polk, who jams with the ace-10. Super standard, just shy of 10 bigs. Now, this is interesting. Big moment here. I call here, ace-9 versus 10 big shoving the button. I mean, ace-10 is pretty close to top of his range here. Sub 10 big blind shoving the button, and you're in the big blind with ace-9. I call, but Magic Man may be thinking a little bit different about putting in 40% of a stack here. Now the other players have left the table, which tells me we're down to 9. Well, we are down to 9 because the graphic in the top right has down clicked and the field size is described now as 9 players from 1093. And it looks like Magic Man is going to make the call. Well, Sidney Pulk is in absolute beautiful shape. I don't blame him for calling. I really don't. Ace 9. I mean, he's unfortunate. I think Sidney Pulk does that a lot wider. And this is brilliant scenario for Sidney Pulk to get called by Ace 9. It's the dream scenario, really.
It's fair.
Massive favourite, more than 2-1 favourite. He can get himself up over 5 million. Going to that final table. Magic Man, unfortunately, will be the short stack with just about 11 bigs. Unless you could do something funky here. Well, there's chop pot potential. Deuce would work for a chop. Of course, Magic Man looking for a 9. Well, it's over, is it? No. Queen for a chop. Aces and queens with the 10 kicker. Magic Man loses a big one. That is massive. Just before the final table, the last hand. That's the chip count chart there. Unbelievable. Magic Man down at the bottom of that chart. We're going to be back in 20 minutes and bring you all the action for this German Poker Masters warm-up main event. Do join us then for the final table.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Congratulations to final table.
Welcome back to King's Resort. We are down to the final table of the German Poker Masters warm-up main event. Chip leader Bumble, would you believe it? Top of that chip count graphic. And Kirosh in second place, along with Andres Eller, Matthias Kribben has 30 bigs, and Johannes Helwig 26 bigs. Cine Pulk 20 big blind, and then we have the three short stacks who we're very familiar with. Hassan Chatour 11 big blinds, Magic Man 10 bigs, and Lucas is the short stack on 6 bigs. The blind level is 125 250, and just about ready to start here. Final table in King's Resort. It's your TD overseeing proceedings. So first place 56k. You can see Andres on the very left of your screen there, again sporting a very fashionable top. Now, Kirosh folds the king 3 suited. This is Johann's 6.6 million stack. Bumbalo sitting on 10 million. He folds, and now Lucas very short. 6 bigs. Magic Man in the cutoff. Just shy of 11 big blinds. He will fold, and last to act is, well, sorry, on the button is Matthias Cribben at seat 9. Hassan Chatur. $11 bigs. Could just rip here, you know. Wow. Surprised. Suited Queen decided to fold. Andre Zeller gets a walk. 9 players remain.
You understand, yeah? Okay. They train it so that, yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Action with Magic Man in the hijack, King 7. Let's it go. Matthias should be opening here. Suited ace, he does open. Makes it 550. And it folded around to Andres Eller. Featured Andres on our stream yesterday. Cashed in the recent World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. In the mini main event he cashed. All of these players they've locked up about 3.5k. First place, of course, 56k. That includes the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Bumbalo, big stack on this table, 10 million. So 575 raise with the ace jack and Andres Eller with ace 9 on the button. Andres, I believe he's second in chips here. $8.9 million. Biggest stack is Bungalow, who's opened. And I get that. Doesn't want to be clashing with the chip leader. Bunch of short stacks on the table. Not sensible to be clashing. And this is another big stack, Kirosh. So the three big stacks, Kirosh, Bungalow and Andres Eller. Then we have Matthias Kribben on about 8 million. Then it just a bunch of short stacks. Every position worth thousands of euro. And as you go up the ladder, then multiple of thousands. 9 remain. This is Kirosh with the 9-6 suited. He's going to peel a flop. Puts in the money, and Bungalow will have position post flop. Ace jack suited for Bungalow. He's missed, but look at this, 2 pair for Kirosh. Bungalow will continue. He's going to rep this board king high, and he does have all the back doors. There's the continuation bet from Bungalow, but I think he's going to have problems. Kirosh, 2 pair, we're going to see a check raise. Sizing quite large. He's made it 1.5, he's 6x'd. So I think this is end of hand. Bungalow will be folding. Trying to get into conversation, but Bungalow asking for a chip count. Players don't have to give a chip count, they have to show their chips. And they are very clearly visible. Pinks 500k, whites 100k, and the greens 25k. Bungalow. No pair, no draw, just doors. Can't see him continuing here. Oh boy. Okay. That is incredible what happened. Bungalow re-raised and Kirosh just snap jammed. Kirosh will be the chip leader because this 13 million pot will be awarded to him. Bungalow is finished. Made a move, he was the one representing top set. Aces, ace king, all these premium hands, but Kirosh with 2 pair. I mean, that was incredible how fast Kirosh went all in. Bungalow has invested close to 4 million in this pot. Incredible, 2 big stacks going to war there. And all these short stacks, well, they're sitting back just delighted. Chance for them to go up the ladder. Johans, you can see in the right of your screen there, Johans will post big blind. really was an incredible hand. And you can see Bumbelow just looking to the heavens as if to say, why the heck did I have to get involved? Particularly against Kirosh, who's, well, he's a tough opponent, that's for sure, Kirosh. I think he folds a one pair hand there, he folds a weak king. But he's not folding two pair. He's snap jammed. Now Magic Man, one of the short stacks fold, Matthias with the Queen 9 folds. And this is Hassan Chatur with the 5-3 of diamonds. Andres Eller, 8-9 in the cutoff, he folds. Sidney Pulk folds the 7-4, and now Kirosh, well, great situation. Chip leader, huge pot, he just won. And life is pretty good at the moment for Kirosh. But he's going to find resistance here from Johans. He's going to raise this up. Ace King suited. Kirosh with the suited connectors. He'd love to see a flop, but it's getting rather expensive now. 1 million on top. Out of position. Really want to be getting these flops cheap. These type of hands. Kirosh, I think, will just let this go. Took a while, but we got there. Kirosh didn't like it, but correct decision in my opinion. Did nothing wrong. Limped in with the suited connectors. Faced with a large size raise from Johans, who's coming across as pretty solid. He'll now post the small blind, and Bumbelow, who's taken a massive hit, lost 40% of his stack a couple of hands ago. He'll post the big blind. Lucas is the shorty. Pocket kings for Lucas. How big does he go? Well, he could go for all of it. 1.5 million stack. Blinds are now 150, 300k. So he only has 5 big blinds. It's an interesting choice that Lucas is faced with. 5 big blinds. You look down at a premium hand. He didn't realise the action was on him. That's incredible. He was an absolute daydream. And he goes all in.
Your brain was all in, okay.
With the kings. I've seen Chatur. Well, he's 9 big blinds left in his stack. Andre Zeller, believe, is second in chips. Big stack is Kirosh. Andre is not going to be calling a queen deuce. Folded right around to the button, the big stack Kirosh. Now the blinds. Well, bad news for Johans. He's got a very tricky decision here. I mean, I'm calling a 5 big blind rip. He's asking for an exact count. Blinds 150, 300,000 under the gun. I mean, he does this quite wide. Well, he should be doing it quite wide, given that he's posting 2/5 of his hand blind next hand. So I think the ace jack qualifies for sure as a call. Oh wow. Oh wowzer. Massive moment here. Bumbelow with the ace queen. Well, it's a dream scenario for Lucas. He will triple up here, it looks like. This is huge. Bumbelow with the ace queen, just off the back of losing a very sizable pot. Bumbelow with a couple of choices here. Well, he could re-raise and just isolate. That's what he's thinking. Johans is going, well, look, that's what I've got. Do what you want. Johans, you can see, like, you definitely can read off Johans that he wants to see a flop. And he's not liking the situation. That was the one huge disadvantage of calling here in the small blind. You're not closing the action. You're not guaranteed you're going to get to see the flop. Realise your potential. But Bumbelow decides not to re-raise, just to call. It's a huge pot, this. 4.8 million already in pre, and you can see Lucas, big sigh, but he's in terrific shape. Both these guys blocking each other. Now, 5 deuce deuce. Both Johans and Bumbelow happy to check it down, it looks like. Johans just checking. He does have the ace of hearts. It's gone check, check. No side pot. And you can see Bumbelow frustrated. I mean, I don't think he's ever winning a side pot there. I think if he puts the money in pre, I'm pretty sure Johans Helwig just folds. That's a dream scenario for the shorty. No longer the short stack. He's gone from 1.5 up close to, well, he's gone up to 4.8 million because he gets that 300k big blind ante, and then both guys have to match his 1.5 million, so that's 4.8 million. He will post 600k here. He's in the big blind, but that is a great return on investment for him. Magic Man is under pressure. He folds. Matthias gets out of the way, and another gentleman under pressure is Yassine Chatour. The Frenchman has just 9 bigs. He folds, and Andre Zeller now with the 10-3 of clubs. Yeah, and just catching up with the chat there, Apocalypse UK. Definitely an argument for isolating there. There's not many hands stronger than Ace Jack that you'll get to fold. I guess the Ace Queen is just about the only one. I think Ace King snaps off the reshove from the small blind. Kirosh with the King Jack of spades. In the cutoff, he makes it 650 in bumbelow with jacks in the small blind. Well, I think he just 3-bet rips here. He's like 14 big blinds. And versus a cutoff open from Kirosh, I think he just goes with the all-in. Now, the player in the big blind hasn't folded, which is interesting. Well, he will now. Lucas. He'll snap fold the 8-7, given the action that's unfolded. Well, I'm sorry, this is just... Whoa, sorry, okay, it's not an all-in. It's a 3-bet to 2 million. So there is the chance that Lucas is considering a 4-bet bluff with the 8-7. Does fold, and now action back with Kirosh, who's King Jack. He is suited. These guys have got into some scrapes against each other. They're continually battling. That could be one of the factors that is pushing Kirosh towards a call here. Does have the benefit of position as well, but $1.4 million. I think Kirosh will just preserve his stack. Depth, his advantage here is chip lead, and let this one go, pick another spot. He is suited, but what's he beating really? Is it reasonable to expect bumbelow to 3-bet with King 10? Possible, but highly unlikely. So there's no hands really he's beating. Flipping quite a lot, but many times he's crushed, as we can see here. What is quite startling to me is the equity shown displayed here. Jacks versus King Jack. I mean, it's incredible that King Jack is 41%. It really is. Of course, these stats based on hands folded also. Kirosh in the tank, but I think he's just going to let this one go. Bumbelow smiling once again. Always amazes me. Even after losing a couple of sizable pots, Bumbelow wins a small one and instantly lifts the morale. Brings him up to 5.5 million, 18 big blinds. Kirosh still top of that chip count graphic, and still at the bottom is Hassan Chatur and Magic Man. Both stacks sub 10 bigs, and Magic Man, well, he's posting big blind here. big blind ante, Matthias folds, and Chateau will be folding the king deuce.
Wir zwei immer wieder, aber wir haben eine Verabredung. Ne? Deswegen. Also nicht draußen hier.
Kirosh, he's going to be opening once again. Ace 10 in the hijack position. Chip leader, of course, he's going to open. Looks like 650, which seems to be his standard raise size, and it's going to be folded right around to the blinds. In the small blind is Lucas with the Queen 5. Then we have the former chip leader, now the shortest stack on the table, Magic Man in the big blind. But first we must wait for Lucas to make his decision with the Queen 5 offsuit. Magic Man, pretty horrible to look down. Jack 4, it's just one of these hands I think he'll feel is undefendable, and he'll award his blind and big blind ante over to Kirosh. Chip leader, well, he could be opening any two here in this situation, and I'll tell you why. A lot of these players with medium stacks, they just can't really clash with the big stack. It's just not sensible, not given that there's two really short stacks on the table, Magic Man and the French player Hassine Chateau. They're super short, so an opportunity definitely for the bigger stacks to take advantage of their stack depth and ICM. Lucas 4.1 million in his stack. About 14 big blinds. He has Magic Man in the small blind and Matthias Cribben in the big blind. Well, it's all going in here. 100% mandatory 3-bet shove for the short stack here. Mandatory. No choice. And then, depending on what Matthias has, he folds, unless he's queens or jacks or something like that. And a snap call incoming from Lucas. This is just a snap call. There's no, it shouldn't take that long to put the chips in. Yeah, in fairness to Lucas, he says call straight away. Both players will arrived. with their money all in, both players with the same hand. Now, back to our hearts, a possibility for Magic Man. That possibility ends with the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Going to see this pot split between Magic Man and Lucas. They're going to chop up the big blind and the ante. So one additional big blind each profit. 300k each in profit from that hand. So, next hand, but now with Magic Man and the other short stack on the table. You see him on the left there. That is Hassan Chatur posting the 300k big blind and the ante. Andres Eller under the gun with the Jack 7. All of these players, they've locked up 3.5k for themselves. 56k up top. Johannes folds. Bumbelow. Hijack 9-6. Suited 16 bigs. That ace jack of spades versus the 9-6 of clubs. Massive hand. Just completely spiraled out of control. Bumbelow, though, he's a pretty hard working player. He's not one to sit back. Always trying to create something. Always trying to like pinch blinds. That's what you got to do if you want to win the tournament. That's what you got to do. But he's run into a problem here. Matthias Cribben. King Queen in the small blind. Matthias with a decision. It's playing extremely tight, this table. That's why you see Bumbelow opening here with 9 high. Matthias Cribben calls and action with Chatur, who's getting a big price, just 300k, getting 6-1, but it's just a horrible hand to look at. He lets it go, leaves himself with 7 bigs behind. Matthias Cribben with the King Queen, but Bumbelow has the betting advantage, you would think, given that he raised pre and Matthias just flat it and a flush draw to go along with a straight draw for Bumbelow. So check, check. There's the nuts for Bumbelow. You can see clearly displayed here another reason for opening with these marginal hands. You can go ahead, outflop your opponents. There's a bit of laughter himself because he knows he opened light and he knows he turned the nuts, pretty much making a flush. Gets his stack up to 6.7 million.
pass.
Magic Man 2.4 million in his stack. 8 bigs. Jack 5 suited on the cutoff. Maybe tempted. He is the shorter stack. He's got to generate something. And he does pull the trigger here. Matthias with a suited ace, but I don't think he can put 2.4 million in. Not given his position, there's still 2 players still to act. Big blind position, yeah, certainly I think he has a tough decision. And he has to stand strong, make the call, but in this situation I think he just has to let go of the ace-4 suited. I've seen Chateau with the Queen Deuce small blind. Now, I've seen Chateau, we featured him on the stream last night. He really needs to start opening up from a wider starting range. I mean, the worst case scenario is just getting blinded out. Decision here for Andres, 2.1 million to call, but Jack 8, I think, is just that little bit too weak. I mean, as it turned out, he was in absolute terrific shape. Magic Man. Just demonstrating the benefit of ripping there. You get a bunch of hands stronger than you. Suited ace, superior jack, all these type hands to fold. Even the Queen Deuce suited was ahead of him. So all 3 players with stronger, bigger equity than him. But that all-in shove gets all 3 players to fold. And it gives him more playability now. Like a deeper stack. Makes it even more difficult for opponents to be calling a shove. And I think that's the difference between Magic Man and like Chateau. I mean, I think Chateau is going to struggle unless he can just start finding these moves. Magic Man up over the 10 big blind mark. Not long left in this level. There's only about 15 minutes or so before we go to 200, 400. Well, I mean, you can always wait for the super premiums to arrive. And if you're Hassin Chateau, they will arrive. The only problem is sometimes these monster hands get cracked. That's the only problem. Now, sizing, hugely important. You've got to make the most from these premiums when dealt to you. He's just got 6.5 bigs and he decides to rip it on the button. I don't mind this, to be honest, given his stack depth. Blinds could very well feel he's trying to steal here, but there's no decision for Andres or Cine Pulk. Both quickly fold and Hassin Chateau gets his stack back up to 9 big blinds. Button moves, still 9 players. This is the German Poker Masters warm-up main event. It's the final table. Lucas tanking here, but I don't see him playing the 10-6. Does fold a Magic Man with the Jack 4. He'll fold this also. Now we move to Matthias Cribben. Snap fold in the hijack, and look at this. Back-to-back premiums for the shorty Hassan Chatour in the cutoff with the queens. 9 big blinds. Very welcome sight indeed for Hassan Chatour. Now again he lets rip for 9 bigs. Andres Eller not going anywhere with 7 deuce and pocket 2 straight into the bin. Big blind, Kirosh. Well, no decision really. 5-3 off. Lucas folds Magic Man. Ace 8, 300k. Didn't like his position there. Too many players still to act. He folds, and this is Hassan Chatour. No premium this time, but he has a little bit of breathing space, up over 11 big blinds in his stack. This is Andres Eller. Haven't seen Andres play a hand yet, but he's picked up absolute dregs, to be fair. Now, interesting. Small blind versus big blind. This is an interesting situation. Kirosh with the Jack 10. Johans with the King Jack. Decides to just call the raise, puts in the additional 450. So we're going to see a flop. 1.8 million in the pot. Kirosh first to speak. Both miss this board. Kirosh checks his option. Johans, king high here. Checks back. Ace, well, Kirosh should be stealing this pot right here, right now. This ace on the turn is a card that favours him big time, given that he's the one that Raise pre, I can't believe that. Johans checks back. 5 on the river. I don't think it makes sense for Kirosh now to go for it. And Kirosh missed his opportunity there. Johans wins a sizable pot.
Okay guys, good luck everybody.
That's your chip count graphic. Still 150, 300k, but not long left in this blind level, 10 minutes or so. Up top there, Kirosh. And down at the bottom, Magic Man with 10 bigs. Hassan Chator, 11 bigs. Sidney Pulk, 12 bigs. So loads of shorties, which always makes for interesting viewing. Lucas, not sure why he's tanking here with the 9-5 off. Doesn't really make too much sense. Magic Man, 3.2 million. Can he make something happen? Now, fold it around to Hassan Chatur. 11 big blinds, 10 deuce, he folds. Oh, this is good. Kirosh. Active. Aggressive. On the button. I mean, this is a great situation for Kirosh. Aces. Sizing so important. 650 he needs to go with. Love it. 650. Well, Johans will be tempted with a suited king. I would be. But he quickly gets out of the way. One below. Queen 4. One below. Very sticky. These guys have a ton of history. I'm loving this situation. Bumbelow just not giving Kirosh any credit for a hand here. And he's even thinking of continuing with the Queen 4 off, but he does fold. No action from Kirosh. And he has a little bit of a chat about his hand strength, but doesn't show in the end. Wins the blinds, takes down the pot, button moves. That's your chip leader. That's Kirosh. Disappointed he didn't win that blind v blind battle versus Johans when that ace popped up in the turn. Well, here we go. Magic Man, but it's a big problem. He's under the gun. He moves in with the ace-9, but straight away under the gun +1 with the goods, the Cowboys. Mateus Cribben moves his stack over the line. Pocket kings. Hassan Chatur. with the Queen Jack, but it's not really credible that he would consider putting money in here. It's just, this is just not happening. If I've seen Chateau calls here, I'll give every viewer €100 guaranteed. Phew. Now Andres Eller, Jack 8. This is also going into the dustbin. We'll take Andres a couple of seconds as well to come to the decision. He folds. Snap fold here from Cindy Plunk. And the chip leader is having some refreshments, but quickly folds, and Johans looks down, folds. Just the blinds, Bumbelow in the small blind and Lucas in the big blind. So on their backs, ace 9 versus kings.
Come on, my dealer.
Magic Man encourages the dealer to give him some help. He's a 2-to-1 underdog. Four, 5, 7 flow help for Magic Man. Does have backdoor straight possibility. Well, the 7 no good, but ace and ace only. Magic Man all in, former chip leader. Can he hit it? No, he can't. He's busto. He goes out in 9th. What can I do? 3K payday. He enjoyed himself. He brought a great atmosphere, in fact, to the table last night and again today. But he's gone in 9th place. 8 remain. Everyone's gone up the money ladder. Everyone guaranteed now €4,330. Pocket jacks for Kirosh. The big stack, 12 million. Average is about 6 million. Makes it 650 with the jacks. It's folded around to the blinds. Lucas in the small blind with 5-3. He folds, and second in chips is Matthias, who looks down at ace king. Well, this has the potential to get really big really quick. Matthias Cribben insta 3-bets to 1.8 million. Action back with Kirosh, who's got a decision here. I mean, it does scream of strength, because it makes absolutely no sense for these guys to go to war, given the pay jumps, given all the players left. Well, he just flicks in the additional 1.2 million call, and we're going to go to a flop. 4.1 million, ace king versus jacks. Matthias with just over a 2x pot size bet behind, and he's connected jacks. Can get away here pretty easily. on this ace queen board. There's no hand he's beating apart from possibly tens that would be turned into a bluff on this board. Kirosh with the jacks, no diamond. It's going to let this go, and we're going to have a new chip leader, Matthias Kribben. He's going to be up to 13 million. Andres Eller, 10-7, under the gun. Johans in the hijack here with the ace-9. Lines 200, 400. Bumbelow with an ace in the cutoff. $850. The blinds at 2-4. There's not that many blinds in play. Now, Hassan Chatur in the big blind with ace jack. Got to put it in here. Action with Chatur, ace jack. He's got a 3-bet rip here all in. Got to do it. I just find it remarkable that Chatur didn't rip. put the money in pre, and he could get blown off this pot. He's still slight favourite to win it, but Bumbelow has, I mean, he's multiplied his equity here with this 3-heart board. Bumbelow with the ace of hearts in his hand. Well, Hassine Chatour now puts it in. Gets snap call from Bumbelow, who does have that heart draw. Three would work also. Any heart, any three for Bumbelow. Hassine Chatour. I'm surprised he didn't put it in pre. But now check raises all in. Queen on the turn. Chatour, big favourite. Needs to avoid a heart. It's over. Pretty sick. But, I mean, you should really put that money in pre. Bumbelow snap folds the ace-3 off. And he wins some blinds. Busted out in 8th place. He will receive 4,330, and that leaves 7 players here at the German Poker Masters warm-up. Now, Sydney Pulk moves in 3.7 million, which is about 9 big blinds under the gun, ace queen. 7 players left. All of these 7 players have guaranteed 6,250. Starting to get serious now, these pay jumps. 56,000 up top. Lucas folds in the cutoff. Matthias folds just the big blind, the small blind. Busted out last hand. So just Andres Eller to make a decision now. 3.3 million to call. King 9 suited, I don't think this qualifies. Andres, I believe, will just fold this King 9. Sydney Pulk will take down the 800k big blind ante, no small blind, bring a stack up to 4.5 million, but will have to post his profit straight away. Andres Eller with the Queen 6. Still haven't seen Andres play a hand. But we're going to see him now enter the pot with the Queen 6 in the small blind position. And he's going to raise the Queen 6 small blind. And he gets the big blind to fold 5-4. Andres takes down his first pot since we started this final table. 7 players remain, all guaranteed 6-2, 5-0 in cash. Sidney Polk with the 7s here makes it 1.7 million. Kirosh with the King 4, I think he just lets this one go. Pink chips you can see are the big value chips, they're worth $500,000. White's 100k, green's 25k. Just 3 values in play. Yellow 1 million chips not introduced yet. Kirosh is second in chips. The chip leader is Matthias Kribben. We lost Magic Man in 9th. Then we lost Hassan Chatur in 8th. Just 7 players remain. Sidney Polk, stoic, giving nothing away. Kirosh trying to pick up some info. King 4 does go into the bin. Sidney Polk back up to 4.5 million, 11 big blinds. About a half an hour left in this 200k, 400k blind level. Now, Bumbelow, under the gun, Ace Jack. He's got to stack up to 9.6. This guy has the potential to go far. He's showing more ambition, probably, than anyone, in my opinion. Maybe alongside the likes of Kirsch. Makes it 850. Lucas is in the tank here. Not sure what he's thinking. He's 9 big blinds, 3 high. He decides to fold, and Matthias, who is the chip leader, folds the 7-6. Pocket 8s. Well, this could be interesting. Andres Eller. Pocket 8s. Well, a 3-bet here would definitely get respect. I think if Andres 3-bets here, I think he gets Bumbelow to fold. But he's just counting out 850. Johans in the big blind with a suited ace. 5.2 million behind. Getting massive price here. Looks at the stacks. What's in the 450? 3-way pot, 3.2 million in the pot. First to act will be Johans. I think Bumbelow has to check this. Big blind. Still in the pot. Well, he's going to go for it. He's repping a premium pair. Now, Andres Eller. Pocket 8s. It's difficult for him to continue, given that Johans in the big blind still alive in the hand. So I expect a fold here. Well, this is going to work for sure. Andres is raised. Snap fold from Johans and Bumbelow. We'll have to fold here. This call pre has worked out for Andres Eller. Bumbelow with ace jack can't do anything. No pair, no draw. Andres Eller now up to 11 million. Second in chips. Now, Kirosh, ace jack on the button, 9.7. Everyone seems to be short stacked. Blinds going up. One below defending in the big blind with the jack 7. So Kirosh in good shape here. Ace jack. But both miss. King high board. One below first to speak. Goes check, check. Go to the turn. King on the turn. Ace high is still good here. But Bumbelow, very tricky. Could lead out here. Given that he got a check back on the flop. He's relentless, this guy. He really is. Snap call from Kirosh. Now what happens on the river? That's the question. Bumbelow, well, I think he fires again. $3.4 million out there. Bumbelow. With Jack High, he knows Jack High isn't going to win. Looks like about 1.5 million. Gets snap called. Bumbelow gets snapped off at ace high. Bumbelow thinking that's exactly the type of hand I was trying to get you off. Huge pot. Kirosh 13 million. Bumbelow down to 12 bigs. Okay, Andres Eller, ace 6 of clubs. 7 players left. City Pulk moves all in with the ace queen. Now Kirosh, king queen. It's the chip leader again, Kirosh. That was a strong call he made with ace high. Bungalow still in shock after getting called. Now Lucas is in real bad shape. 2.8 million behind. 7 bigs behind. Queen 7, he can't really do anything with this. And Cine Pulk up to 5.5 million. Kirosh with the 5s in the hijack. This is the chip leader. 13 million. Blinds are 200,000, 400,000. Chip leader, Kirosh getting that raise with the 5s, getting it through. 7 players remain. All of these 7 players, they blocked up 6,250. But of course it's 56k up top. Johans has 11 bigs, queen 10. Has to make a move soon. Not on this occasion. Bumbelow with the same stack size. He folds, and now folded around to Lucas on the button. 2.6 million behind just 7 big blinds. 6.5 to be exact. I think the money goes in here. I really do. Folded around to him. 6 bigs. Well, decides against it just as well, because Matthias would be snapping him off. Matthias here in the small blind makes it 1.2 million action with Andre Zeller. Andres folds in the big blind. Matthias takes down the pot. 7 players still in the mix here in King's Resort at the German Poker Masters warm-up main event. Just a quick info about the Benelux Classics. 400,000 guaranteed for that. €250 buy-in. Day 1A kicks off on Wednesday. Really is a special event. Massive guarantee. Biggest guaranteed prize pool in Europe this coming week is in the Benelux Classics event here in King's Resort. So if you're looking for live poker, this certainly is the venue. Still availability in the hotels, so go online. You can book online, or just go to kingsresort.com. There's a hotel tab there, and you can actually book online. You can check availability, book online, or you can ring any of the registration or reception staff there will help you. Loads of availability. All kinds of rooms. We have 2, 3, 4 and 5 star available. Now Andres with the ace queen suited. Cinny Pulk in the big blind with ace 6. Well, could be problems for Cinny Pulk here. Cinny Pulk in the big blind. Goes for it, he's going to get snapped off. Andres in the small blind with ace queen. Cinny Pulk in the big blind with ace 6. And Andres asking for a count, but this is an auto call incoming from Andre Zeller. There's no chance he's not calling. And he cuts out the call. I think he just, I mean, he's always calling. He's not folding here, blind and blind. It's not credible that he'll fold ace queen suited here. Cinny Pulk is just, well, I mean, he was just looking for a fold. Small blind raised. Cinny Pulk looked down at an ace 6. That ace, of course, the reason why he 3-bet ripped all in, it's blocking so many premiums, but Andre Zeller has to call this. No chance he's not calling. On their backs. Ace 6 and Cinny Pulk will kind of go, well, what took so long? Ace queen suited versus ace 6. Andre Zeller in great shape here. more than 2-1 favourite. Leaves the arena, goes to the side, looks up at the big screen. Big moment. 7 remain. Could be 6. All these players will earn an extra 2.5k if Cine Pulk busts out Jack, Deuce, 9 board. 2 hearts may be of interest. Certainly if another heart comes on the turn, it's a diamond, 4 diamonds, 6 and 6 only for Cine Pulk. Blind v blind here. Doesn't happen for him. He's busto. Eliminated. Andres Eller takes him out, shakes his hand. And good game. So Cine Pulk leaves the arena. Busted in 7th. Gets 6,250. It's not bad for a 230 buy-in. But it's pretty sweet for these remaining 6 guys. All guarantee themselves 8,790. And there's the scoreboard. Lucas hanging in by his fingernails. Just about 7 minutes left in this particular blind level. Then we go to the 250, 500,000. I mean, there's not that many blinds in play. 130 bigs, perhaps. 130, 135. Now, Lucas, you can see the hijack with an ace. I think he has to put it in here. 2.6 million. That's incredible. He won't put his money in, but Matthias will. 13 million in chips. Andres Eller, new chip leader, 16 million, 40 bigs. Min raise from Matthias Kribben in the cutoff with the ace-8, and Andres Eller with the small pair in the button decides to put in the 800k, and this opens the door for Kirosh, who's looking down at King 7 suited in the big blind, and with 2.4 million out there, he's getting 6-1 to call. These are the 3 big stacks of the 6 remaining players. These are the 3 players with all the chips. Well, Kirosh, don't rule out a 3-bet here. This guy is very tricky, very creative. All options open here, of course. Not liking the fold. That's my favorite option. I like a call, given that he's getting a super price. He is suited, king high, and a 3-bet. Well, I mean, I'd love to see that. That would certainly work. But he just flicks in the call. Matthias with the ace-8, Andres pocket 2s, and Kirosh with the king 7 of clubs, and he's flopped the flush draw. It's gone check, check, and I think Andres Eller checks this back. Oh, it's a nice card for Kirosh. Has a sip of his Bordeaux red. You do get the impression from Kirosh he's quite successful in everyday life. And he's going to have success in this hand. He's 90%. Just needs to avoid a deuce or an ace. But he checks again. Interesting. That is really interesting. Andre Zeller. Well, it's been checked to him twice. Does he come out firing now? Andres checks back. Jack of clubs gives the flush to Kirosh. Matthias does have that ace of clubs. It's a blocker to the nut flush. Matthias might use that information to make a move here on the river, but it's Kirosh. Checks again. This is incredible. He's trying to induce action, and this might work. Matthias, that ace of clubs in his hand, he bets out 1.6 million, it looks like. Now, Andre Zeller is finished with this hand. Deuces will be going into the dustbin. And Kirosh just snap calls. Lovely check on the river. Nicely played. Brings him up to 17 million. Really nice play. If he bets out, he's not getting... Well, he's not getting any hands weaker to call him. He's only getting called by better hands. So he decided to check, try and induce something from someone. That's exactly what happened. And that is your chip leader, Kirosh. Now, Bumbalo, all in with the ace-10. Of course he is, has to be. 11 bakes, got to put it in. Lucas is going to have to put it in soon as well. Blinds are up next hand. Blinds are 250, 500k. Andre Zeller in the cutoff with ace deuce suited, but I think Andres won't be putting in 30% of his stack here. Particularly given the fact that he's not closing the action. So it's starting to get really shallow. These players can't hide. Short stacks are going to be smoked out. Johans. Super short. Bungalow gets up to 5.6 million, which gives him 11 bigs now at this new 250, 500k blind level. But like super short is Johans and Lucas with just 5 bigs. So out of his 5 big blinds, he's going to be posting 2 bigs. Big blind ante. Really tense out there. 6 players. And all 6 have guaranteed themselves 8,790. Now Lucas under the gun, surely. He's posting next hand. He has to move in here. This is absolutely mandatory to shove here. Just gotta. No choice. He's the shortest stack on the table. Gotta go for it. If he's any ambitions to win this, he's got to move his money over the line. That's an interesting play. He leaves 100k back, which I kind of like in case things kick off. He could fold and go up the ladder, I guess. That's what he's thinking. I'm never folding a pair. Andres Eller. King 8, 15 million stack. He's going to be folding the King 8. Kirosh not interested. Johan's not interested. It's going to be down to Bungalow, who's going to have to call, I think. Does he? No, he doesn't. 4 bigs. Can't call, but if he could see what Lucas was shoving with, he'd call. That just cost Bungalow $1 million. 500 big blind, 500 big blind ante, and now it's going to cost Lucas $1 million. I mean, look at these short stacks: 6, 7, and 9 bigs. 3 sub 10 bigs. Then we have, excuse me, Matthias on 20 big blinds. Andres Eller on 30 bigs, and then Kirosh on 34 big blinds. There's 110 bigs in play. I mean, it's just super, super shallow. Matthias folds. Andres will be folding also. Kirosh in the cutoff, 10-9. I think I just let this go, given the button, small blind, big blind, all super short. Could be a situation where you're forced in to call the 3-bet rip over the top of your open. Not a good scenario if you're sitting there with 10 high. King 7 all in. Well, I'm calling here, suited king. Gotta call. Got $1 million in. King 3 suited. Lucas says no. Johan's wins 1.25 million, 1.25 million. Gets his stack up to 4.7 million, which is good for 9 big blinds. Bungalow. With the button in front of him. So Lucas is posting small blind. And the big blind is Matthias Kribben, which means first player to speak is Andres Eller, King 5. Nine eight suited. Now this is risky. Just given the fact that like all the short stacks are acting after you. Johan's going to be folding though. Bungalow will fold on the button. Down to 9 bigs, Bungalow also. And the super short stack Lucas with the Jack 10 in the small blind. 5 bigs. Well, he's going to be folding this. If he folds King 3 suited in the big blind, he's going to be folding Jack 10 here in the small blind. And action with Matthias Kribben. Same hand, big blind position, unsuited. Well, both are open-ended. Kirosh with the free roll to the clubs. Now, like a 6 or Jack of clubs would be super interesting. Matthias Kribben with that open-ender, but Kirosh also with the open-ender. Ace of spades on the turn. Matthias out of position here, so he's a big underdog to win this. Kirosh, big favourite. That ace should be a card that would favour his range. I think he can fire quite comfortably again. Kirosh just asking, which do you have? Well, check back. Didn't want to get check raised. King on the river. Everyone has missed. First to bet wins. Matthias looks down at his stack. Now, what's going through his mind is Kirosh picked him off a couple of hands ago. Matthias Kribben. Decides against betting. Kirosh. Got to put in a bet here. 1.5 million, 2 million. 2.4 million, 2.3 million even.
How much you play exactly?
5.9 million in the pot. This pot will be chopped if Kirosh checks back. What? Oh, so Kirosh did fold, or did bet, and Matthias folded. And that brings Kirosh up to 21 million.
Wenn ich meine Karte sage, dann ist niemand gefragt. Aber eine Bet wäre gekommen. But the bet is coming.
I'm not sure what happened.
Ich lote die Bet aus.
Did Kirosh ask how much Matthias had, and Matthias just folded? Dealer then awarded Kirosh the pot. I'm not sure.
Du siehst ja dann nicht, wenn du dir ein TV-Table mal anguckst auf YouTube oder so. 8, 9, 8.
Maybe one of our viewers could enlighten me what the heck happened there. I think Kirosh just asked Matthias how much he had, and Matthias just folded his hand. Made it easy for Kirosh. So 6 left. 3 real short stacks. And we have the chip leader Kirosh under the gun here with the nut low 3 deuce off. Now, Johans might shove here. King 10. There's 1.3 million out there in the pot. Johans considering his options. All in and out, don't blame him. Now, can he get this through? Bumbelow, I think, folds the A6. Can't call. Not with, like, button and blind still to act. Bumbelow will be folding the A6. Lucas desperately short. 2.6 million. On the button, just 5 bigs. Queen 2 suited. Well, he's not going to be calling this. Well, Matthias will be calling. He's asking for a count. He's just trying to disguise the super strength that he's sitting on and possibly induce Andre Zeller into the pot with some kind of hand. But Andres won't be going into the pot unless he's picked up a premium himself. Matthias will just reluctantly make a call. He goes, "Oh, sure, go on, I'll call." Andres doesn't have anything worth considering. He looked down at 8-3 suited and quickly give his cards to the dealer. Matthias with the goods. Johans has ran into it. King 10 into aces. Good situation for Lucas. 4-6-7 all hearts. 0 help to Johans. Running 8-9. Running 10s, running kings, it's over. Unless 5 ball for a split. It's hands. Doesn't happen. King is no good. Hits his king, but no good. He's busted out. Eliminated in 6th place for 8,790. Matthias Kribben gets his stack up to 13 million. Well, 13 million, yeah. And you can see the 3 big stacks. Well, Kirosh 21 million, Andres 14 million, Matthias 13 million. And then like we have Lucas super short, 5 bigs, Bumbalo, 8 big blinds. Fairness to Lucas, he started this final table as the shortest stack by far. He just had 1.5 million, I believe. So he's played the short stack pretty well. Five remain, all guaranteed 11,700 plus. And there's a huge, a really big money jump now. It's like 13k jump. So it goes from like 7 and then up to 25k. Bumbalo, Queen 7 suited under the gun. Gotta make a move soon. 9 big blinds, Queen 7 suited. Here we go. Lucas makes a move. 2.5 million. Matthias Kribben with the 9-6 folds. Small blind. Andres Eller with the Jack 5. Well, he's not going to be calling here Jack 5, surely. Doesn't make any sense. But the big blind will be. Pocket 10s for the chip leader, Kirosh. Yeah, snap call, let's go. Ace 5 versus 10s. Lucas all in. Kirosh with the goods. Well, the money wasn't over the line. He'd 100k behind. But now he puts it in with a wheel draw, so a 4 for a straight, ace to take the lead. Still got 7 outs. 6 on the turn. Ace or 4. 3 aces, 4 fours in the deck. Nothing appears to give any help to Lucas. Kirosh, and they kind of celebrate. It's like a tournament within the tournament because it's a huge money jump. Lucas busted out. He does get 11,700, but all of these remaining 4 players have locked up 25k. It's a huge, it's massive. because they're all returning for that World Series of Poker Europe main event in October. That will hold at least a 5 million guarantee, but it's going to be a massive, massive prize pool. That is Teresa, one of the floor persons that runs the show here in Kings, keeping order, just getting the players back to the seats. The clock is still running. Just 4 remain. Big moment for these guys. They've secured their World Series of Poker Europe main event entry. Big moment. Now, Bumbalo is the super short stack. He's posting the big blind. Small blind is posted by the chip leader. This is Matthias Kribben with the ace-9 under the gun. I expect a raise here from Matthias with playing about average stack. Guessing average stack is around the 13 million. Well, given that there is just 50 million in play. Oh, yeah, just over 15 million. Both 13.5 million is the average. Four left. Kirosh folds and Bumbalo can't do anything with 6 deuce off. It's painful. It's horrible. Nothing he can do. Had all the chips at one stage. Started the final table as the chip leader, Bumbalo. With that crazy hand. You had the ace jack versus the 9-6 of clubs against Kirosh. Kirosh defended in the big blind with the 9-6 of clubs. Flopped 2 pair. Bumbalo had none of it, but couldn't help. Re-raising his opponent after Kirosh check raised him. Kirosh then snap shoved end of hand, but it cost him like 40% of his stack. Hasn't really come back to full strength since then. But Bumbalo, believe me, if he gets chips, he's super dangerous. One of the players I picked out early on, along with this guy Kirosh. Now is all the chips, 23 million, which is about 40% of the chips in play. Now, Bumbalo, he's got to move here. Ace deuce, all in for sure in the small blind. No doubt. Yeah, all in announced. And we're going to see a call with ace 5. Matthias Kribben has to call with an ace. Matthias should not be even thinking about this. Bumbalo with 6.5 bigs in total. So it's less than 6 big blinds to call. It's blind v blind. This is an absolute call. 10 times out of 10. And Matthias will figure it out. Matthias Kribben. 13 million. 2.9 million to call. His ace is golden here quite often. He goes, yeah, he understands the situation. Makes the call, let's go, on their backs. This is going to be a chop pot loads of times. Bumbalo trying to connect with a deuce. Matthias Kribben will bust Bumbalo if he hits a 5. But most of the time we're going to see this pot chopped. 7.2 million. Can Bumbalo get lucky? Two spades. Bumbalo has that ace of spades. So running spades would award him the pot. Matthias with ace 5. Now that gives Matthias a straight draw, and it gives Bumbalo the flush draw. Trying to figure this one out. Ace 5, 5 plays. That's quite remarkable. The 5 does play, yeah. Took me a minute to figure that one out. Bumbalo. Busto. Out in 4th place for 25k. He'll be back in the resort to play that World Series of Poker Europe main event. And now there's just 3 players remaining. That's Matthias Kribben stacking his chips. About 18 million in his stack, which is about average. I think Andres Eller is the shortest of the 3, but it's pretty close. All these 3 stacks now. It looks like Matthias is a monster stack, but these are all the low value chips he has in his stack. The big value, of course, are the pink 500,000 chips, which you see there displayed on the front of Kirosh's stack, who's sitting on 23 million. Average is 18. Matthias, 17 million. That would mean that Eller is sitting on about 12 million. There's the raise from Matthias Kribben. Andres with Queen Jack in the big blind, 13 million behind. Yeah, it's 54 million in play. Oh boy. Andres Eller. Well, he's not going to be exploited, Andres, that's for sure. Shoves here with the Queen Jack. Matthias Kribben. King 7 asking for a count, but we know what's going to happen with Matthias's hand. It's going to be given to the dealer. Matthias. Queen Jack on the button. And he's going to open once again. 3-handed here. There's the raise. 1.2 million. Andres Eller in the small blind with the 5-4. And now Kirosh in the big blind with the Jack 8. He snap folds. Matthias takes down the pot. 3-handed. This is the German Poker Masters. And we have 3 German players. Player on your screen there is Matthias Kribben. Second in chips. And opposite the dealer is Kirosh. Chip leader on the left hand side is Andres Eller. No really short stacks here, but Andre Zeller here with the ace-9 suited on the button. So 1.8 million raise with the ace-9 suited from Andres. Kirosh with ace-4 in the small blind. Kirosh just puts in a call, ace-4, and now Matthias with the pair. 3 betting opportunity perhaps for Matthias Kribben. Pocket threes, open on the button from Andres. Flat call in the small blind. And now Matthias in the big blind with pocket threes. Well, he's just counting out a call, it looks like. I'm going to go to a flop. Ace-4 versus threes versus ace-9. And the threes in the lead here. But you think advantage, Andre Zeller. Pre-flop raiser. It's going to be checked to him. Both Kosh and Matthias check, and here's the continuation bet from Andres, and this will get things done, I expect. Looks to be about a 1.7 million bet. And Kirosh will be folding the ace-4. Matthias, he folds, and that puts Andres Eller up to 19 million, second in chips. Matthias now the short stack. So raising coming here from Kirosh. $1.3 million. Matthias folds. Andres Eller getting comfortable. He's here for the long haul, that's for sure. Has secured a podium finish. How far can he go? That's the question. Kirosh making it 1.3 million. Andres Eller with the 6-4 in the big blind. You're watching the German Poker Masters. You're watching a three-way battle here, final three players. They've all guaranteed themselves 30,000. But the top prize here is 56k. This was just a 200 plus 30 buy-in. This is Andres Eller, second in chips, small blind position with the 10-5. Button is folded, and Andres gives a walk to Kirosh, who is the chip leader, sitting on 22 million, which is equivalent to about 44 bigs. There's just about 105 big blinds in play. This is a pretty tight fold. Queen 8 on the button, 300. Kirosh with the Queen Jack in the small blind position makes it 1.3 million, and Matthias has picked up an ace in the big blind. So we're going to see a 3-bet here. It's minimal, 2.5, so just 1.3 million to call, and Kirosh snap calls with the Queen Jack. Matthias Cribben, Ace 5, King 9, 4, 3 hearts. Look at this. Kirosh with the good shot, and it looks like he was going to donk lead here, but he's having second thoughts. He's first to speak. Action is on him. Does have that good shot, but you would imagine the advantage here with Matthias, and Matthias, any kind of a display of aggression will just win this pot for him, but he can't do it. He checks back, and that puts Kirosh in the lead. No bet on the flop. Well, Kirosh reasoning there's no king out there, and his jack is good, and he's going to lead out, protect his pair. Nothing Matthias can do here on this board. Ace 5, 2.4 million. I think he just gives this up. Opportunity missed perhaps on the flop. That's the fold. 25 million stack for Kirosh. Matthias down to 12 million, 24 bigs. As we come towards the end of this blind level, just a couple of minutes left. This is the 250, 500k. There's 54 million chips in play. Kirosh folding on the button, the 4 deuce. 10-3 for Matthias Cribben. Small blind position. Decides to give Andres Eller a walk with the Jack 6. Button moves. Blinds posted. Big blind now is the chip leader. Kirosh, small blind. The gentleman you see in the center of your screen, Andres Eller. Now, suited queen in the small blind. Andres will be continuing. Well, I think that's just a little bit too tight. Three-way. I think a suited queen, he should continue there. I get it's difficult. You're out of position. There's exposure there, putting in more money. Your opponent's still tagged, but you just got to go after these blinds. You're posting blinds like 66% of the time. If you're just going to give them up, I mean, you're just burning money, literally. You've got to show a real willingness and determination to go after these blinds. That's where it's at. Andre Zeller now looks down at 9-4 in the dealer position. 9-4 off. Well, I can't see him continuing with this. He's folding a suited queen. Guess he does have the benefit of position. Andres Eller opening, but Kirosh, I think, will be pulling the trigger. Pocket jacks, small blind position. We're going to see a 3-bet from Kirosh with the jacks. Andre Zeller, well, he's going to get punished for opening light. 1.8 million to call. It's a pretty sizable open. And you can see Kirosh just getting out a stack of 500,000 chips, and he's counting out, well, that's 4 million. That's 5 million. Andre Zeller, he's finished with this hand already. 5.2. Couple of greens on top. It's close to 6 million. $5.5 million 3-bet, and that is the end of level. We're going to take a break. We're back in about 10 minutes. Do join us for this 3-way battle. Join us soon.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the German Poker Masters. This is the warm-up main event, and we're down to just 3 players. You can see the 3 players described there: Kirosh, Andre Zeller, and Matthias Kribben. Kirosh, the chip leader, who you see directly opposite the dealer. The blinds are 60,000, sorry, 30,000. Okay, I'm going to get this right. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000. It's exactly what they are. That's your tournament director, Teresa, running the show here. Just overseeing everything. So there's less than 100 bigs in play. That's your chip leader, Kirosh. Now, Thomas Kribben with ace 7, 10 million stack. He makes it 1.8 million in the small blind position. Andres Eller in the big blind with 6 deuce. Three players, all of these 3 players, of course, have locked up for themselves €30,000. Buy-in was 200 plus 30, a real sizable payday for the 3 remaining players. Bungalow went out in 4th place. 5th was Lucas, and 6th was Johans. So the 3 remaining players will be back in the resort for that World Series of Poker Europe, which takes place next October. Big things expected from the World Series of Poker Europe. But right here we see Matthias under the gun raising with the Jack 10, and in the big blind is Kiros. Kirosh with a decision, ace deuce suited, facing a 1.3 million raise. He's in for 600k in the big blind. It certainly will be continuing. Queen 6, 7, 2 clubs. Kirosh has missed, so I think it's going to be a check fold here with the ace deuce of hearts. Does have the backdoor hearts. Sometimes ace high is good here, but given that he's out of position, Matthias showing strong interest, I think he's just going to check fold, preserve his chip stack. Matthias takes down the pot. Pretty close this, 14 million for Matthias, 15 million for Andres and Kirosh. The big stack with 26 million. See the amount of bigs, just 90 big blinds in play. Average stack about 30. $30 million. No, that's completely wrong. Average stack is about 19 million. Now, Andres Eller on the button. The nut low, he folds. In the small blind is Kirosh. He folds. Matthias gets a walk, shows the ace, takes the pot, brings his stack up to 15 million. He'll now post the small blind, big blind Andres Eller. So just a couple of mentions of upcoming festivals. Obviously we've the Benelux Classics, which we spoke about earlier. That 400k guaranteed for a 250 buy-in. That's kicking off this week. And then a real special festival the week after is the Eureka. The Eureka Poker Tour hits Rozvadov. Has been in Rozvadov before, had one of the biggest ever tournaments ever in Europe was the Eureka in Rozvadov, and now it's back here on the 20th of May, and it goes over 10 days, 2 weekends. Main event, 1 million guaranteed prize pool. Also part of that festival is the Bounty Hunter ladies event, PLO Championship, High Roller, a couple of turbos. No action for Kirosh with the Queen's 10 deuce in the big blind, even though he was suited. Andres folded. So yeah, just to let you know about the Eureka again, which basically starts next week. If I've got my mathematics right, yeah, 20th of May. Today is the 9th of May. So 20th of May kicks off, and we're going to stream the warm-up. We're going to live stream the Bounty Hunter and the main event. That main event is 1,100 buy-in with a million guaranteed. So expect a lot of action during the Eureka. It always does create a lot of cash action as well. So for any of you cash grinders looking for a place to grind out a couple of days cash games, there's massive spread during this Eureka. It really is a special festival, and as outlined, we kick off with the Bounty Hunter Friday week, I believe. The Bounty Hunter 400k guarantee for just 330 buy-in, and then the next big event in that schedule is the warm-up, which is 200k guaranteed. That's for 550 buy-in. Eureka warm-up, and then the main event is a bunch of other festivals. It's 10 days long. It really is a super festival. It's going to be jam-packed here in the resort, but we still have availability at the moment. If you're looking to come over, I certainly recommend booking your hotel room. There's also a high roller which the buy-in for the high roller is 2,000 plus 200. There's a ladies event, but the main event for that festival, the highlight event, is the Eureka main event, 1,000 buy-in with a 1 million guarantee. It's a superstructure. It has 30,000 stack. I know it's an hour clock on day 2, day 3. I think day 1 is a 30-minute clock, but a pretty cool structure. And swapping value 1,100 with 1 clean million guaranteed. That's the minimum. It'll burst the guarantee, no doubt whatsoever. Now back to the action here. Matthias and Kirosh. Well, interesting. Fold in the small blind. Andre Zeller in the big blind. Kirosh on the button. He makes a 1.3 million. Andres should be defending here. 5-3 suited, somewhat connected, but Andre Zeller deciding not to play. That's your big stack. Kirosh kind of getting things his own way from what I'm seeing. Kirosh is saying to Andres, how do you know when I always have a hand? These pink chips are the big value in play. They're 500,000. Whites are 100k, they're the lowest value. Well, they're not actually. The greens are 25k. They're the lowest in value. Now, Fias 12 million stack on the button with 5-3. Andres Eller 13 million. With the Jack 7 in the small blind position. Kirosh with half the chips in play, looks down at 9-4 off. Andre Zeller making it 1.3 million. Kirosh does have position, but 9-4 off, you reckon? It's just a little bit weak. Well, he's counting out a 3-bet here. Does he put it in? That's the question. Kirosh. With 9-4 off. I expect him to just fold this. So we do get a fold. Pretty dramatic stuff here. This is the German Poker Masters warm-up, and this is the final table. We're three-handed. That's Andres Eller. Cash in the World Series Circuit Festival here last month in the mini main event. Also cashed in the EPM in February. So showing good form. He's going to be back here for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That is going to be a cracking festival. If you're kind of a one festival person looking to play just one big festival per year, that's certainly the one to be looking at. The dates are confirmed for October, and it's going to be a 15 gold bracelet event, which will include that 10k World Series of Poker main event. Now Andres makes it 1.4 million, but this time we're going to see a 3-bet. Kirosh with the 10s, Matthias Cribben with Queen 10, too much interest, he quickly gets out of the way. And Andres Eller. Ace, deuce. Andres counting out his chips. It's going to cost him 2 million to call. Looks at the clock. Looks at the blinds. Then decides, you know what? I'm going to pick a better spot. Makes the fold. Kirosh with the 10s. takes down the pot, gets his stack up to 30 million. So we're speaking about the World Series of Poker Europe. For me, that's going to be the best value event in Europe, and the reason I say that is because there is a host of live qualifiers for that event. Like this particular festival here, we're watching the German Poker Masters. There's 4 qualifiers from this event. Like these 3 guys you see, plus it was Bumbalo who busted out 4th. These 4 guys will all be back for the World Series of Poker Europe. And that's a great situation, given that this is just a 200 buy-in, like, you know. I mean, a satellite for that 10k buy-in, you're looking at a standard satellite buy-in of $1,000. And that attracts a certain layer, whereas this is a 200 buy-in. Hope I'm making sense here while we watch Kirosh open on the button with the ace-4, but Matthias Kribben free bet to 3.3 million. Matthias Kribben with the goods here, ace king. He is suited. Andres Eller with king 10. Andres just has to fold the king 10, there's too much interest. Leave himself with 20 bigs behind. King 10 will go into the dustbin. Kirosh has position. He is suited. Flush draw. Straight draw. So he's going to continue. And he goes into the lead. Well, this is a big problem for Matthias Kribben. He's got outflopped here big time. Does have the 2 overs. Does have the wheel draw. Does have the backdoor diamonds. But Kirosh has smashed this. He's flopped a pair and the wheel draw. Has the backdoor spades. Matthias has checked, it looked like, and Kirosh has moved in. I get this. It's like basically 12 or 13 bigs in Matthias's stack. Kirosh, he's outflopped him. Matthias Kribben, big decision, 2 overs. Is he good here anytime? Yeah, he certainly is. He could be up against ace queen. Could do this, ace queen, ace jack. Could be up against like 7s, 8s, 9s type hand. And could be live, his ace and king could be live, but we can see his ace is not live here. That would give Kirosh 2 pair. Well, he calls. He's gonna have to get lucky. Matthias Kribben is not happy. Big moment here. Ace king suited versus ace 4 on a 4 deuce 5 board. 1 diamond, 1 spade on the board. Now, chop pot, of course, if one of the 4 3s in the pot should appear, that's a brilliant card for Matthias Kribben. Opens up a ton of outs. Any diamond now, any king, any 3 for the chop. Going to the river, big moment, big hand, it's a diamond, flush. Wow. Big moment, Matthias Kribben. It's running diamonds, and Kirosh is kind of stunned. That's a big moment. Really big moment. Kirosh, still plenty of chips. I think it leaves him close to average. TD just taking control of the chip count as we change dealers. Well, Kirosh still has 19 million, so he's above average. Matthias Kribben, chip leader, and Andre Zeller is the short stack blinds, 300,000, 600,000. Big call there from Matthias. Kirosh outflopped him. 4-1 favourite on the flop. Came running diamonds. Now the chip leader is Matthias Kribben. Folds his button. But Andre Zeller, with 20 bigs in his stack, moves in. Ace deuce, and Kirosh folds, leaves him at average. Button moves. Blinds posted 300, 600. Still plenty of play in this German Poker Masters main event warm up. Final table, final three players, and all three players have locked themselves up 30 grand. Well, I just think it's a little tight folding an ace in the button three-handed. But perhaps I'm just way too loose. Kirosh raising with the 9-3, gets a call in the big blind with 9-3. On the flop comes 10-7-8. Both players are open-ended. Free roll for Matthias Kribben, who has the backdoor hearts. Also, last to speak, 1.7 million continuation from Kirosh, and a snap call. Well, both players will be buzzing with that 6 on the turn. Both will think they have a lock on the hand, but it's going to end up a chop pot. Kirosh bets 1.8. Matthias Kribben with the straight. How does he play it? Well, he comes straight out. Kirosh is thinking to himself, am I up against Jack 9 here. Both players take their refreshments. Kirosh going nowhere. He's going to be pulling the trigger. Going to put it all in. And a snap call from Matthias. Both guys chop the pot. But it'll be interesting from Andreas Eller's point of view, who voted an ace on the button, that he sees that from out of the small blind, Kirosh has raised with the 9-3 off. So dealers the pot, button moves. Line level is still the 300,000, 600,000. Andres giving a walk to Kirosh. These pink chips, of course, are the big value chips. They're worth 500,000. The whites are worth 100k. Big stack right hand side of your screen, that's the short stack. Andres LRSA short, he's still got about 20 bigs. Good shot for Kirosh, but it's that ace high that he's repping, having raised pre. And Matthias can do nothing except fold out his jack deuce. Pot will be awarded to Kirosh, gets his stack up to 20 million. Big blind getting him walk, but not good. Jacks. He would have been looking for some action. Andre Zeller. So just to let you know again about that event, the Eureka, there will be a bunch of online feeders on pokerstars.com PokerStars.ie and also .es, .fo, wherever territory PokerStars is regulated, they will have Eureka online qualifiers. So if you want to bag a seat or even a package, that's the place to play. Eureka. Satellites running right now online. Of course, there'll be opportunities in-house here with a bunch of live qualifiers. Andre Zeller moves in the small blind with the Jack 5. Kirosh folds the Queen 8. Kirosh, small blind, Queen Deuce, certainly the most active Kirosh, willing to fight for every pot. Queen Deuce, but this board favouring Matthias, who's flopped the flush draw. It's gone check, check. Six on the turn, 4 cards to the straight. Now Matthias has the flush draw, so he's going nowhere. And it looks like he's going to raise. Gets a snap fold of his opponent, Kirosh. And that brings Matthias up to 23 million. Kirosh with the goods here. Pocket queens. Makes it 1.2 minimum raise with the queens. Matthias quickly folds action with Andre Zeller. Well, it's pretty horrible, isn't it? 3 deuce. Andres lets it go. No action for Kirosh with the queens. Takes down the blinds and antes. Still second in chips, sitting on around average stack, around 18 million. Andres sitting on about 12 million, which is 20 bigs. And we have the big stack, which is Matthias Kribben, bottom right of your screen, who's in the center of your displayed image. Matthias Kribben on the button. He's going to open here. Makes it 1.3 million. Andres Eller in the small blind with 9-8 offsuit. Andres folds the 9-8 action with Kirosh. Sixes, big blind. He's going to show interest for sure. Does he 3-bet? Try and end this pre-flop? Well, the answer is yes. He just grabs stack of 500,000 chips. Kirosh with the sixes decides to just flat call. Sixes still in the lead. Kirosh checks. And a check back from Matthias, but that's an open ender from Matthias, so he's going nowhere with this 1.2 million bet from Kirosh. Matthias Kribben. 2 overs and that open ender. Well, this is interesting. He's deciding now to raise. I'm not loving this because if Kirosh had a 10x and came over the top, he's not realizing his full potential with that open ender. 4 in the river. Matthias has missed everything. Kirosh is good. 2 pair. Plenty of concerns, of course, for Kirosh. Could be up against a hand containing a 10 or a 9. Matthias, I think he has to shut down here. I really do. But it looks like he's not willing to let this 11 million pot go. And Queen High isn't going to win it. Going to have to be big, and it looks like about 6 million. 7 million in his hand there. Well, it's a lot more. Yeah, it's 5.5 million. And he snapped him off. Really? Wow. Kirosh snapped him off. Incredible. Didn't even think about it. Believed his 2 pair was in the lead. The raise on the turn didn't put Kirosh off. Stuck with it. Difficult. Always the chance of facing that big bet on the river, and that's exactly what happened. But he had the strength to make the call. Andres Eller on the button here with the 10-9 suited. Certainly going to see Andres open. 9-10 of clubs. Now, what's going on? Kirosh folding, and Matthias Kribben in the big blind with the Queen 5 decides to fold.
Du hast gedacht, ich spiele den Flush-Draw. Und das war die... Das ist gleich die Ending. Erzähl gleich an. Deswegen war der...
That's your chip leader.
Ja, all you use. Ganz schneller Weg. Überhaupt gar kein Ding. Ja, das ist im Prinzip...
These three players have locked up 30k for themselves. Kirosh with the ace jack. Makes it 1.3 million. Matthias Kribben with king 9 of clubs. He puts in the additional 1 million to call, and now Andreas Eller with queen 10 of clubs. So all of these players blocking each other. Andreas Eller for sure is going to come along, just 700k to call. And we're going to see a flop with about 4.5 million in the pot. Andres for sure has to call here. Queen 10, he is suited, getting a huge price, getting greater than 5-1 on his money. Andres, he actually took back his big blind. So he's just in the tank here, Andres. He's going to be calling, of course he is. Well, this is interesting. Something for everyone. Matthias with the good shot in the backdoor clubs, Andres with top pair, and Kirosh with second pair no kicker. And Andres Eller is going to donk lead this. Well, he's second to act. Matthias checked, and now Andres Eller counting out a bet. He's going to fire at this pot top pair. Moves all in. Interesting. It's a big shove, this. This is like 20 big blind plus shove. And Kirosh is interested. Just going to have another glass of wine before he makes his decision. I think he gets away. Matthias is still in the hand. It's an interesting decision by Andreas Eller here, who's shoved for his entire stack. It'll be a massive call if Kurosh decides to put in half a stack here. Absolutely massive. Ace Jack. Yeah, he's going to make the fold. Looks like. Let's go the Ace Jack, and Matthias Cribben quickly folds his draw. Kurosh very interested in what Andres Eller was shoving with there. Now, state of play, Matthias is the short stack, Andres Eller 24 bigs, and the big stack with 50% of the chips in play is Kurosh. 3 left at this German Poker Masters warm-up main event. Final table, final 3 players. All 3 of these players have locked up 30k. Now, Andres has picked up pocket 9s. In the small blind position, Andres with the 9s. Oh, this is interesting. Kurosh. 6s, this is close. I mean, Andres, I think with these shoves, I think he is losing quite a lot of value. I mean, if he just min-raised there, I'm sure Kurosh comes along, or possibly 3 bets. But this shove, it's just clearing out all the hands you want to call. And the only hands that will call are hands that you don't want to call, that you're behind to. 6s go into the bin. Decent fold. Some people will talk themselves into a call there. Kurosh rightly working it out. Best case scenario is he's flipping. 3 remain. 18.2 million is the average stack. Andres Eller now sitting on 19 million. He's second in chips. This is the chip leader. Jack 10 suited, connected. Certainly going to be continuing. And he puts in 1.5 million. Blinds are at 350, 700k now. So blinds up, 350, 700, 1.5 million raise. Matthias Cribben. Well, I can't believe how short he is. 8.6, is that correct? That was quick. Just trying to figure out how he lost all his chips. That's what the graphics telling me. 8.6 for Matthias. Yeah, he bluffed. Well said, thank you. Queen Jack. Massive hand. Kurosh still with all the chips. And King 7 Matthias, he might shove here. He's just got 12 bigs. King 7, blind v blind. This gets through quite often. Shove incoming. 12 big blinds. Matthias Cribben. Had the chip lead a couple of orbits ago. 2.1 million. 3x. The only problem I see with this, what does he do if Andre Zeller comes over the top? I guess he folds. Andre Zeller with 7 high ain't going to come over the top. I expect Andres just to let this one go. Short stack, but picks up a couple of blinds. 350, 700k on the button now. Matthias Kribben. He looks down at 4 high, 10 million, averages 18.2 million. Andres Eller sitting on about average stack. $10-7, he is suited in the small blind position. He'll want to see a flop here. He's going to put in the additional 350. Makes up the call. Action with the big stack. Chip leader. Kirosh indicates to the dealer that his decision is a check. We're going to see a flop. Andre Zeller first to speak. Interesting. Very interesting. Open ender for Andres. Kirosh has made a pair. This is interesting. Andre Zeller betting this out. Minimum bet gets snapped off by Kirosh. Kirosh has his money in quicker than Andres. Go to the turn. Interesting. Andres Eller now picks up a pair. And now he picks up 2 pair. That's crazy run out. Of course, there's all kinds of straights out there. But I think Andres goes small here. Looks like about 1.5 million. And he gets snapped off. Andres takes down the pot, gets his stack up to 21 million. Andres Eller on the button now. 21 million stack, 7-3. Kirosh with 9 deuce, and he's going to raise. It looks like Matthias Kribben in the big blind. Well, he decides let it go. Matthias delighted with a walk. It was a bit of a laugh. Now, Kirosh with the tens has the goods. Big blind 700k. Makes it 1.7. Tyus looks interested, but he does let go of the 6 high. Andres Eller, 8-6. Doesn't look that appealing, but he may defend with the 8-6. 1 million. Another 5% of his stack. Peel a flop. Andres Eller. Well, he is going to defend, puts in the million. He doesn't want to see 8 high here. 6 high board. Well, he checks blind top set. Good shot for Andres. Small little probing bet. Andres Eller, well, if you call him at 8-6 pre. Flop a good shot. You're going to continue for a million. Oh boy. Okay. This is a beautiful scenario for Kirosh. Flops the absolute nuts. Now he needs to maximize here. Has position. He's not going to miss out on any value on the turn. So this has to just be a flat call. He needs to smooth call this 2 million. Keep all Andres Eller's bluffs in there. Sips his wine. And this is very nice. I like this smooth call from Kirosh, who has an absolute lock in his hand. King on the turn. Andres Eller, 10 million in the pot. Does he continue with the story? Andres Eller, call light, defended pretty wide, not like him. Then check raised when he flopped a ghost shot, and now he shuts down on the turn. Like this sizing from Kirosh. I really love this sizing. Real teaser. Trying to induce Andres Eller to come over the top. Andres Eller, well, getting a big price. He has a draw to the nuts, and he's getting a big price to call. But he realizes he's made a misstep there. Folds. Leaves himself 15 million. And this is the standout player of this short-handed, three-handed play, for sure. Kirosh. Andres with the bullets in the small blind. Big moment. Looks like he's just going to limp in. That's what he does. Trying to trap Kirosh. Kirosh with the Jack-9 of clubs. Danger ahead for sure for Kirosh. Goes for chips. Gonna raise it up. Exactly what Andres Eller was looking for. Now, does he announce himself now pre-flop? Or does he smooth call? I just hope that Kirosh fires on the flop. That's definitely the right strat when you're talking about a player like Kirosh. Of course he's going to be firing. Andres Eller with the goods, the aces. He's limped. He's trapped his opponent, but I think he's going to end it here by re-raising. It's looks to be about 6.2 million, 6.3. It's 5.3. Now, Kirosh, does he sense the danger? Still interested. Jack 9. His Jack is no good, his 9 is no good. Okay, this is loose. It's a misstep from Kirosh. But can he outflop Andres Eller, who has the maximum starting hand? Well, just doesn't get any better. Andres, of course he's going to check this. Absolute lock in the hand. Flopped the nut boat. Now gets another 5 million from Kirosh. And we're just going to see a check call from Andres Eller. He wants to get the other 5.5 million. Big mistake from Kirosh calling that pre-flop. Look at this acting from Andres Eller. Looking stressed, disappointed. What can he do? Oh, might as well call. See what happens. Trying to portray weakness when he's flopped the absolute nuts here. Blind check. Kirosh smart enough to check back. Kirosh finally gets away. Yeah, that was really expensive. That cost Kirosh big money. I mean, the fold really, I thought he would fold pre. Andres pretty much got the maximum there for his aces. And now he goes to the top of the chip count chart. 26 million, 36 bigs. Andres Eller, the big stack. Kirosh, second in chips with a about average stack. Then the short stacked Matthias Gribben. Blinds are 350, 700,000. This is Andres Eller. Not sure why the floor is called there. Kirosh, small blind, queens. Makes it 1.5 million danger for Matthias Cribben. Matthias looking down at an ace, blind v blind. He could be all in here. I think he is. Just 12 bigs behind Matthias Cribben. A6 announces all in. Not surprised. A snap call from Kirosh with the queens. Turns them over. Great shape, queens. Matthias needs to hit an ace. Matthias Cribben all in for his tournament life with A6. Kirosh with the queens. Dealer just waiting for the director to give him the instruction to deal out a board. Nine, 8, 9. Queens look good. Five on the turn. Now, that gives a potential straight. So a 7 for a straight. Doesn't happen. 5 on the river. Elimination for Matthias Cribben. What a performance. €30,000 for third. I really like the spirit in which this tournament has been played. It's been a great atmosphere. These guys, I'm sure a lot of them know each other. I think we're going to go on a quick break. Back in about 5 minutes.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort. This is the heads up battle. Final table, final two players. Both have locked up 38,250, but they're playing for the 56,000 first place payout. Both, of course, will have an entry included in their payout to the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Jetzt wird's gut. Der Druck ist Big Blind. Ne? Spielt Big Blind. Was? Hab ich Button? Ah ja. Schon vorbei die Hand. Schon vorbei die Hand. Guck hier. Hast du gesehen? Ja. Zeig mal, komm. Boah, ist richtig jetzt.
Solin, Goal.
Oi, so schnell.
Sechs.
Wollen wir so wegmachen, oder? Rein mit der Scheiße.
Oh, schalte ich zu mir.
Genau. Tagesspiel. Schöner Tag. Freue ich mich. Finito. Der letzte Schluck hier, keine Sorge, es kommt.